Hello, everyone, and welcome to Digital Wellness Day. We are so thrilled to have you here with us. My name is Nina Herscher, and I am co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. And 6 years ago, we launched Digital Wellness Day to offer people free evidence-based resources to combat digital overwhelm and find digital balance in our always-on culture. And I know this year that is more top of mind for everyone than ever before. And so this international global movement has to date reached 17 million people in 64 countries, with posts and thought leadership from sources ranging from MTV News to entrepreneurs, companies, the US Surgeon General last year, and so many more voices sharing the importance of pausing to reimagine our relationship with technology. Digital Wellness Day is healthy tech, not anti-tech. And so with that ethos, we are here using technology to educate about what healthy technology means and looks like for each of us. Today, we will be featuring 3 panels: a workplace panel, a youth panel, and a panel about AI, flourishing, and productivity. And so with that, I want to welcome and officially announce our first panel to kick off the day. Chris Cummings is going to be our spectacular moderator for this panel. He is the group CEO of Wellbeing at Work and organizes the global series of Wellbeing at Work summits. He's also founder of the Inside Out Awards and leads purpose-driven global workplace wellbeing initiatives. And so with that, I am delighted to hand off the mic to Chris, who is going to be talking about digital culture and the missing metric. Thank you so much, Chris.
Thanks so much, Nina. It's a real pleasure and honor to be here. And good morning and good afternoon, everyone who's tuning in. Very warm welcome to this hour-long session, Why Digital Culture Matters, the missing metric in the employee experience. As Nina says, I'm Chris Cummings. I'm going to be steering us through the next hour, and really excited to be joined by so many people globally. In this session, we're going to be really focusing on the importance of the digital culture of an organization and how this can empower performance of individuals, teams and organizations. What I've noticed in my work with Wellbeing at Work over recent years, since COVID, screen time, digital usage has really exploded. And while Wellbeing at Work has become more of a strategic priority for organizations, the digital wellness element, which is so important, has maybe not had the focus it deserves. So I'm really excited to dive in to today's discussion with a fantastic panel. So before I introduce the panelists, I'm going to ask you, the audience, to get involved. So I want to ask you all, and please put this in the chat. We're going to refer to these as we do the introductions. Please tell us something that you're doing to look after your own digital wellness. And while we're waiting for those responses to come in, I'd like to welcome 4 amazing panelists who will be joining me today. So if they'd like to come to the stage, and then we can get some introductions going. Hello, everyone. Great that you could join us. So thank you so much. As those responses are coming in from the audience, I'm going to ask you each to introduce yourself and also tell us what you're doing to look after your digital wellness. So DeAnne, you're first on my screen.
Oh, great. Well, thanks everybody for joining. Thank you, Chris, for being here, and thank you for having me. I'm DeAnne Aussem, and after decades in the professional services industry, I have launched and founded my company called Thrive Well Partners. And really my big focus, Chris, is on helping leaders, teams, and organizations re-architect life and work for sustainable success. So of course, that's grounded in well-being, purpose, human connection, all of those things that we need to be talking a lot more about today. And one way that you asked the question, one way that I care for my own digital wellness is by trying to create very intentional tech boundaries. So for me, that looks like device-free morning, really hard Sometimes I would only give myself maybe a B-, but I'm trying not to reach for my phone first thing in the morning or last thing in the evening. So starting my day offline, ending my day offline, so I can connect with myself, my family first before the world floods in with everything that it has to offer. So small practice helps me stay grounded and clear-headed in this hyper-connected world.
Love that, DeAnne. Thank you so much, and great to have you on this panel. Ryan Hopkins, you're next.
Good afternoon, good morning, everyone. Tough to follow that, really, isn't it? But I'll try my best. My name is Ryan Hopkins. I'm the Chief Impact Officer at JACK. That stands for Just Ask a Question. In my opinion, is the world's coolest mental health platform. And why I left my role as a future of wellbeing leader at Deloitte, where I did a very similar type of role to DeAnne, but I wasn't quite as senior. I'm also the Strategic Wellbeing Advisory Lead at Bupa as well, and help organisations and governments around the world to look after their people. Positively directly influenced about 1.1 million, spoke to 100,000 live, and engaged almost 25 million on socials. Wrote a book, and that went fairly well as well. As any self-respecting author, you should always have one within 5 meters of yourself, as Tyler will have very soon. And yeah, excited to be here with you all today. The most important thing for me is being absolutely unapologetic when you say no to push back against people's digital requests of your time. No, I will not give you an hour. No, I will not respond to your WhatsApp right now. No, granddad, I don't want to FaceTime. So I don't apologize. I just say no. I'm trying to make space for everything outside of work. And yeah, nice to see you all today.
Fabulous. Thank you, Ryan. Excellent intro. Love that. Tyler, you're next on my my screen.
Well, thanks everybody. Ryan, I didn't know saying no to your granddad's FaceTime was a tactic for digital wellness, but I'm going to note that for next time. That's a really helpful one. Hi everybody. My name is Tyler Rice. I'm the co-founder and CEO of the Digital Wellness Institute and author of the book Tactical Disconnection, coming out in just 2 weeks on 5/22. So very excited about that. The work that I do is really leading this discussion, right? Bringing digital wellness to the forefront of the employee wellness conversation. Because as we know, as remote workers, digital wellness is not separate from employee well-being. It should be an integral part of it. We cannot have employee well-being if we don't have digital well-being. And that's my mission, to bring that conversation to light. One thing that I do, similar to DeAnne, I'm very, very intentional about carving out moments and actually spaces. So in my house, I've got tech-free spaces, such as my reading room, where there's no technology allowed whatsoever. I'm also very intentional with my partner about setting tech-free dinners and making sure that our mealtime can be a time to connect with one another and not the outside world.
Love that, Tyler. Very important to have that connection time over food. And our second Ryan on the panel, over to you.
Hi, everybody, and thanks, Chris, and congrats, Tyler, on the book, man. That's exciting. Can't wait to get my hands on that. It's always hard to be the last one with all of this, but I'm the executive director of an organization called the Wellness Alliance, which is a not-for-profit organization whose mission really is to provide education, training, and resources to anybody working with people or businesses on health and well-being strategies. So it's a new organization that we recently launched that's really a combination of two organizations that have been around really 40 and 50 years, the National Wellness Institute and the Wellness Council of America, or WellCOA for short, as we know that. So super exciting times, and it's an honor to be here. And you guys have kind of taken some of the steam out here, but I'd say I look at my digital wellness as I call it protecting my sacred spaces. So you mentioned dinner. I have 2 kids, and to me it's about modeling what appropriate boundaries are for them, but it's also a good reminder, and it forces me to do it as well. So places like dinner, out with friends. I also have a room that has no technology, like you, Tyler, that we go into, that no TVs, none of that, to really have that time to connect with people and to make sure. And I think it's more than just not being on your phone, it's keeping it out of sight, right? I think when you can see it next to you, or when you can have that visual, it sort of, can create it. So I intentionally, put it away, leave it in a different room, and make sure that my kids, kind of follow and understand the boundaries between, the digital world and, being in communion with each other. So nice to be with all of you, and thank everybody that's online with us today. I know the biggest gift that we have to give is time. So we're grateful that you could join us today.
Thank you so much, Ryan, and I will be coming to you with my first question, so prepare for that. But just wanted to say to the audience, we've got a global expert panel here, great opportunity to fire some questions in. So we have got some time later on, but I'll be weaving those questions in throughout the days, throughout the session. So please put those in the chat or in the Q&A function, and I'll come to those. So Ryan, I'm going to come back to you for the first question. Recent studies show that upwards of 70% of employees regularly check work emails outside of work hours. On the same hand, leaders often preach around the importance of well-being, but simultaneously equate employees' digital connectivity with their productivity. So what does that say about how our culture can be reimagined in our workplace, prioritizing digital detox, and really focus on that peak performance that we're all looking for?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. It kind of reminds me, I was thinking about this question, a boss many years ago that told me, that said, once you answer that email on Saturday, you've just told everybody that you're always available every Saturday to answer emails. So a couple things. And I think, all of us are on our phone throughout the weekends. And I would say at first it's about the conversation. And I don't think a lot of people have, what are the appropriate expectations? What does my boss expect of me? I'm just as guilty as probably everybody on this panel of, rifling out emails on Saturday, Sunday after hours. But I think there's, what expectation are you creating? Do you expect a response, at that particular time or not? Can you start that email with, hey, this is on my mind, just want to share, don't expect a response till Monday. But I think it's important as a leader in employees and organizations, what is the expectation? What are the boundaries? But a lot of people just don't talk about it. Does my boss expect me to answer or not? And am I feeling anxious or feeling obligated that I need to engage or not? Can it wait till Monday? Can it wait till, normal business hours? And I think that's really part of the problem. We're immersed in all of this, but don't really just have that, initial conversation and really, what are the appropriate boundaries and expectations with that. So I think that's one of the first and most important things, at least with my team. I talk about, hey, listen, I might shoot you an email Saturday night. It was on my mind, but I don't expect, anything out of that, on Monday. Or if it's urgent, what's the right modality for doing that as well? Is texting appropriate? Is WhatsApp appropriate? Is the email appropriate? Is notifications from whatever tools, Asana, other things that we're using? And I think we're bombarded with all these little notifications and alerts and things like that. And I think just having peace of mind and knowing, what the appropriateness and what the expectation is an important first step.
Go for it, Ryan, please do.
It's an interesting piece of research that we did at Deloitte. We found 96% of leaders think they're responsible, partially to Ryan's point, for the well-being of their team, right? You think that's great. The 4%, I don't know what they're doing, right? But you've always got some outliers. Let's just forget about them for a second. 96%, pretty good coverage. So 96% think they want to look after the well-being of their people in the team. Yep, makes sense. We agree. However, 25% of those same leaders say they exemplify the behaviors they would want of their team. So they expect people to do something that they are simply not. And if people will do what they see rather than what they say, the actions speak louder than the words, as per. And even more interesting, a piece of research from S&P found that there's a 1% reduction in voluntary attrition when well-being was the center of the employee survey, speaking to the perception of well-being perhaps being more important than the well-being intervention itself. So if we see people like me, like DeAnne, like Chris, like leaders in my business taking time for themselves, I will feel I can do the same. If I don't, and they talk a good game, but then don't actually back it up and do what they're saying, then it's absolutely worthless, to Ryan's point. So you can delay that send, speak about the things we're doing, but the behaviors are so much louder and they speak volumes. And we see that time and time again. And it actually has a big impact on the bottom line with the voluntary attrition of some of the biggest organizations in the world. So it's not just nice to have, but has a real tangible impact.
Really great point, Ryan. Thank you for that. And like you say, with email scheduling, if you are desperate to be doing your emails or it's convenient for you to do them on a Saturday morning, you can easily schedule them. You don't have to send them straight away. It's quite easy. Anybody else want to dive into that first point?
I'll jump in. I'll say that what Ryan Picarella mentioned about communication is so important. So of course, there may be a weekend, and Ryan Hopkins, to your point, modeling is so important. Of course, there may be a time in which we are not able to effectively live up to our own boundaries and what we intend. However, I think taking a time to communicate, establish norms with your teams prior to them joining or frankly, as a part of the employee onboarding experience. So from the get-go, from the start, employees understand This is the normative behavior around communication after hours. Yes, there may be a time in which we need to, however, that's not the norm, right? And for employees, to offer employees the ability to share openly their own boundaries, their own needs as remote workers or as parents or as caregivers, is really, really meaningful. And it really goes a long way to establishing a healthy digital culture.
Chris, I just will jump in with one thing. I was looking for my like button or my heart emojis just so I could, let you know how I'm feeling in the moment. I can't find them, so I'll just give you these. Ryan H., what you said about role modeling behavior, it gives permission one way or the other, and the behavior does speak louder than the words. And then Ryan P., the communication, and Tyler, what you just mentioned as well. Asking the question about what others need versus assuming or thinking they just need what you need is so important when we're talking about team effectiveness.
Fantastic points from all of you there. That was great. Thank you so much. And I'm going to move on to a second point now and come to you first, Tyler, around so many organizations tracking billable hours and productivity measures. But we're not really diving into the metrics on digital overload and cognitive fatigue. And certainly, we've seen a lot more of that in recent years. So what's the one metric, in your opinion, we're not measuring that's silently crushing our performance and well-being?
Well, Chris, I think you said it, and it's an encompassing term, which I'm going to use the term digital culture, right? How healthy is our digital culture? Or frankly, how digitally balanced is our workplace culture? And I want to take into consideration everything that we've talked about so far, right? Employees are more burnt out than ever, right? We know that involuntary attrition is a huge cost to the bottom line for some of the largest organizations in the world. We know that wellness leaders, like many of us and our colleagues, want to address these issues. However, the ways in which we are going about addressing them, or have historically gone about addressing them, fail to address the underlying cause of much of that work-related dissatisfaction. And what that is the lack of digital balance. So work life has changed drastically in the last 10 years. Since 2020 alone, we're spending more hours on screen than we ever have. 18%, we've seen an increase in 18% of people working beyond normal working hours since just 2020 alone. So all of this goes to show that the ways that we've traditionally thought about employee wellness benefits and addressing some of those underlying cost drivers, wellness apps are nice, meditation apps are nice, fancy gym memberships, meal stipends are amazing. But if they do nothing to address that pain that I feel, or that anxiety that I feel after work by needing to stay online, needing to stay connected to my computer for fear of missing an email and thus being perceived as a inefficient worker or not a hard worker, that's going to do nothing to reduce my work-related anxiety. It's going to do nothing to reduce the feelings of burnout that I have. So when we're talking about the missing metric, we're really talking about that. What is the workplace digital culture? And how do we measure that? So at the Digital Wellness Institute, we put together a composite indicator to actually assess exactly that, the notion of digital culture. And we went into 3 different pillars. It's digital inclusion and belonging, it's digital balance, and it's digital boundaries. So digital inclusion and belonging, to what extent do remote employees feel a sense of community, feel a sense of belongingness? Digital balance, to what extent do employees feel like they have too much work to do and not enough time? And ultimately, digital boundaries, to what extent do employees feel empowered to set communication boundaries about when and where to receive communications from their boss, from their colleagues during or after hours? What we found was that we actually compared that to some of the data that we have around burnout, attrition, and mental health. We found that 22% of an organization's burnout can actually be attributed to a lack of digital balance. 50% of the employee net promoter score can be attributed to digital balance or a lack thereof. And 12% of employees' self-reported rates of depression can be attributed to a lack of digital balance. So all of that is to say, if we have all of the benefits under the sun, if we're tossing spaghetti at a wall to try to improve these bottom line metrics, and we are not specifically measuring the impact of technology on the employee experience, we are missing 22%, 50%, and 12% respectively. So that is the missing metric that we're talking about.
Wow, big stats. Anybody else want to dive in on that?
I would love to, but I don't always want to be first. So Ryan, P, do you want to say something first, or?
Go ahead, brother. I'll chime in after you. Thank you.
Good. Otherwise, I'm going to jump in first every time. So apologies there. Well, I'm not being rude. I'm just excited, really. So love that, Tyler. Love the numbers. Interestingly, conversely to what you said, actually, if I'm going to flip it around, don't worry. I'll challenge it and then I'll bring you home. So the OECD found the work week is actually shorter than it's ever been. Hours worked. Shorter. But it definitely doesn't feel like that, does it? No, because we are in 300% more video calls and because we spend 57% of our day on Teams calls, meetings, and responding to IMs and emails, leaving us 43% of the day to do our actual work. And what Tyler's point is so interesting because the day span has increased, but the work within it has decreased. So essentially we're on for longer and actually getting much less done because we've got busy work. We find in the UK that we're working less than ever. We're more connected than ever. But actually, our productivity is not going up as a result. The UK economy is about 20% less productive than the French. And I hate to paint the UK in a negative light to the French. I really do. But I'm going to. But why this is important is because when you start to do the work that Tyler has mentioned, you can take the average work week data from Microsoft Teams. You can put that against voluntary attrition. I did this with one organization. We found the average work week was 49 hours. And each extra hour worked was correlated with increased voluntary attrition. We then worked, to Tyler's point, on actually addressing digital balance by looking how we use the Microsoft Tech Suites, what they had effectively. We cut 2.4 million hours from the business for 10,000 people without spending a penny, which increased NPS by 30% and reduced voluntary attrition by 3.2. Most people know what they need to do. They need to get off their arse instead of sitting on it all day. They need to have an apple instead of a packet of crisps and call a loved one instead of being isolated behind a video screen. We just have to give smart people the opportunity to do so. I love this thinking. For me, it's just so important. And it's not one metric. It's just understanding how the technology affects us. And it's actually a lot of work to develop the hypotheses, which you'll find will drive business outcomes and costs. But yeah, I told you I like this one, right? So I'll pull it. You know what I mean? DeAnne, Ryan, please jump on. I'm going to keep quiet for the first one next time, the first added point.
No, just to add, so great comments, both of you guys, and I think it makes total sense. And one of the things that I think is awesome, we are bombarded with tools that are supposed to make us more efficient, right? Whether it's sales tools, the HubSpots, the Asanas, the Salesforce, the whatever we might be using, Teams, as you mentioned. But really understanding the proficiency of our employees with those tools is incredibly important too. As we have new people coming on board, it might have just been, emails 15 years ago. Now we've added layers upon layers upon layers upon layers of various technology. And then to solve the problem, we give another app or another thing to help them relax or chill out after they've tried to figure out and navigate through all of these things as well. And so even a metric looking at, what is, and asking your employees, what is your proficiency? Making sure that there's adequate, training and understanding of the tools and resources. Do you need to be using some of these things or not? And are there better ways to use it? And I know even myself, when I've been thrust in different positions sometimes, trying to navigate around and pull reports and fill out this and do that and understanding workflows and automations and all of this can be completely overwhelming. And to your point, Ryan, we're not getting as much done, but we have these high efficiency tools to do that, but that creates other stress and anxiety. So, other metrics that I would, also encourage to add is making sure, are you comfortable using these? Are you not? Do you need specific training? And what's really the right, as we think about prioritizing, how we use various tools, I think it's important to, again, ask those questions and have a better understanding of what are the right tools, can we use them, and how do we really maximize the time that we have?
There's something so interesting, Dan, for just one tiny thing. At Jack, we got 40,000 questions we provide to employees, right? And the top question out of all of them, 100 topics from addiction to menopause to eating disorders, anything that we think you can feel. The top question asked of workplaces is, what is an EAP, to Ryan's point? It's the things that we assume are table stakes are often not. And that basic understanding can confuse people who are simply just trying to get their job done. So actually sometimes the simple solutions and questions and resources can be most helpful, even though it feels like we should be pushing to the most complex, convoluted thing to fix a problem.
And sometimes there are really great benefits available that people either don't know about or aren't using. So then is it really a benefit? It's only a benefit if it's being used and adopted. I'll add one thing, Chris, and then I know we want to, you have great questions packed away that we want to get to. One thing that we were looking at as far as metrics goes, is disconnected, protected time away from work. So again, some places have more generous vacation than others, and you could technically be off on vacation, but we created some survey questions for folks in the preparation before they were getting ready to go. And then when they came back, and the question really was around, was your time uninterrupted? And the responses saying, yeah, my time was uninterrupted, were so low. So then we stratified those responses even more and said, why was your time interrupted? Did you choose to interrupt your own time? Because sometimes we can be our own worst enemy, right? Thinking, I have to check in. I am the only one who can do this, instead of really relying and building off the team capabilities. So did I interrupt my own time? Did a client interrupt my time? Was there an urgent client need perhaps? Or was it somebody on my team or my supervisor who needed something and reached out? And so by measuring those things specifically, we were really able to isolate that 80%, 82% of the interruptions came from team members, just thinking, oh, hey, where was this document again? Or who was the person that I needed to follow up with? A very innocent outreach, but it was such a disruption to someone's respected, protected, disconnected time. And I think we would all agree, even though it sounds counterintuitive at times, renewal, our ability to rest, reset, and re-energize is the pathway to high performance. It is.
Absolutely. DeAnne, if I may jump in, Chris, if I may, to that last point, there is an excellent quote, and it's a common quote, but stress plus rest equals success. So we're not trying to eliminate stress from the workplace altogether, right? But we're trying to promote rest, which frankly we've lost sight of. I feel like we are in a constant state of stress, productivity, right? And we're not understanding the need for adequate rest in that success equation. The second part that you mentioned, I would say the individual's responsibility themselves, right? You could promote the need or the desire or the opportunity to disconnect on vacation times. But what is that individual employee doing in that vacation time, or frankly, after hours or even during hours, to actually capitalize and actually make sure that their actions are in fact restful? And that's why I always say, in order to have a healthy digital culture, or in order to find digital balance, we need both a top-down and a bottom-up approach to that. So top-down, organizational permission. We need a permission culture. Bottom-up, we need individuals choosing to use that time, to use that freedom and flexibility to disconnect, to truly do something that is restful, that is restorative, rather than using that time to sit and do that. Because if we do that, ultimately, how restful is that really, right? And so that's why I always say top-down, bottom-up approach.
We might just need to give out Ryan Hopkins' email and phone number so that people can call and get a lesson on the unapologetic boundaries that that's so good.
Yeah, put me in touch with your granddad. I've got no problem.
Love that. Yeah, and when I'm often at train stations or anything at airports, when someone's scrolling, it's usually Facebook. It's that boredom sort of killing time. Just give it a break. So let's challenge organizations and individuals. Organizations to report on digital wellness, and individuals and employees to really switch off when they go away. Okay, let's take it up a gear now. Let's really challenge the audience. DeAnne, want to come to you around fruit bowls and stationary bikes and mindfulness apps, and why that equates to well-being at work, and what sort of myths are we clinging on to, and what's the radical truths we're avoiding?
Oh boy, Chris, thank you for this question. I do love this question because for me, I think it gets right to the heart of what's broken in our approach to well-being at work. Because somewhere along the way, to your point, we decided that perks equal well-being. And I think it was Ryan that I heard speaking a couple of years ago about bikes and bananas, and we need to move past that. So I love the examples that you gave, Chris. But we think if we just sprinkle some fruit in a fruit bowl, or if we pass out another mindfulness app, or we sponsor a yoga class, then organizationally we get to check that box because We've provided opportunity. And I don't want to disregard those things, by the way. I think having those things are incredibly important. And we needed to start somewhere. We really needed to start somewhere. And now that we know better, I think we need to do better. Because true well-being is not a checkbox exercise. It's something that is unique and personal to all of us, but it's also a team sport. We all need to be each other's accountability buddies. It's a way of being. And systemically, we need to rethink the system, not just redecorate it. We need to rethink the system, not just redecorate it with, again, some of these perks that we think are checking the box. So I think we cling to this myth that well-being is some sort of soft, optional, or completely separate item from performance. And as I said before, that is a big myth, because the radical truth, if we really want to get to it, is burnout is a systemic issue. It is not a personal failure. It is a systemic issue. And by the way, the World Health Organization is predicting a global pandemic from burnout within a decade. So it's coming, and we need to be doing our part. And at least in the US, I feel like we spend the majority of our life at work. So how can we look at the system that we're all working within to make it better, to help us live a happier, more fulfilled, thriving life where we're not compromising high performance? So no amount of step challenges is going to solve this culture of overwork, poor or toxic leadership, or this lack of psychological safety, or if you don't like that term, psychological bravery that we have going on right now. We have to be brave enough to really call it what it is and look at the system, because the system is broken. So my call to action, if I can put one out there, really is maybe not completely retire the feel-good items. I'm not saying get rid of the fruit bowls or the stationary bikes or the mindfulness apps. I'm not saying that. But I think we need to look past that and challenge ourselves. We need to lean into this harder, braver work, which is redefining what success looks like, redefining some of those operational metrics and outcomes, and adding some new ones like we just discussed to really measure how people are thriving or not. Are they thriving or just surviving? Modeling the boundaries from the top, from the bottom up, being clear on what I want and what I need and asking for it, and having that role model behavior and permission given, and all in a way that still gets work done. But as Ryan shared, our productivity, our work hours are longer and our productivity is less. So we have to design work in ways that allow people to thrive, not just survive.
Beautifully said, DeAnne. Spot on. I would add a couple things. And
please,
being in this field for so long, I would say wellness is not a program. It doesn't have a start and a stop. And I love whether it's bananas, broccoli, a chapstick, t-shirts, incentives, penalties, whatever. That's it. And you mentioned a couple things which I think are important just to kind of re-highlight. I mean, the psychological safety is important. Physical safety. There are some basic human needs that have to be met first. Financial security, also important. Access to care, access, to food. And I've seen, it's funny, there was an organization I was working with that built this beautiful fitness center that nobody used ever, and they didn't understand why. And so they finally asked their employees, why weren't they using this? And there was a perception in the organization that if people were in the fitness center, they didn't have enough to do in their job and that it could be used against them. And so even offering the best of resources sometimes with good intentions, and I think again, the intentions were there, but there was a cultural issue in that people didn't feel safe, comfortable, they didn't trust. A lot of great research, Gallup, having a friend at work, all of that, the relationship you have with your manager, all of these things need to be focused on and understood first. And again, like you said, having fruit bowls can be great. Having fresh water, having fitness centers, there's nothing inherently wrong with those. And there's nothing inherently wrong with wellness programs. But if that's your view of a limited, how are we going to take care of the health and wellness of our folks? It's very limited. And the other big piece is asking. I keep going back to it. It's just amazing. A lot of times we give employees what we think they need, but we don't actually spend the time to ask them, what do you need? And what are you missing? And how can an organization provide that? Again, the safety, the trust, the culture, the communication, the understanding to really make sure that whatever your initiatives, I prefer that word over program, that you offer is really going to meet the needs of those that you're serving.
Amazing. Love that. Anybody else? Ryan, Tyler, anything more to add?
All right, I'll go then. So it's something I coined the paradox of awareness, which is what I think we're facing into. So we got solutions coming out of our ears. Again, like they can be great, right? If you got some time for it, because the people that want to go to the gym will probably do it outside of work anyway. So perhaps it doesn't need to be a workplace benefit, but that's another question, which is nice when it is offered. There are 400,000 health apps on the App Store. We got constant awareness days. Don't forget to probably bring your pet to work week or something next week, right? Although a lot of these things have shone a light on previously marginalized groups and given them a voice. So again, I'm not detracting from that because it's absolutely critical in the workplace because you are what you see. If you see people in leadership positions sharing certain things, it's important. However, think about a stress awareness day, right? Chris, don't worry, mate. 1:15 tomorrow, I've got a stress awareness session for you. Unfortunately, you have 8 hours of video calls around it. It's a lunch and learn, but I'm not providing you lunch. Are you feeling more or less stressed? Now you've got 45 minutes less to get all of your work done. You're more acutely aware you have an issue because we've educated you about it, but we've done nothing to address the systemic drivers of that issue itself. So while these events can be incredible catalysts, if the underlying stressor or driver of the thing we're discussing isn't changed, I think it actually exacerbates and worsens the problem. And now we're all acutely aware that we've got too much going on. We've got notifications left, right, and rhubarb going off, right? We check our email every 6 minutes. We check our phone 352 times a day. We receive 80 notifications a day. It takes 25 minutes to get into a state of focus. We're never able to actually properly get our work done. Just jumping badly from one task to another. So for me, that's what needs to change. It's to understand, to DeAnne's point, the organizational things. Let's go back to it again. People know what they need to do. They just need the time, the autonomy, the psychological safety, again, to that point, to do those things. And I think people are a lot smarter than we give them credit. And again, like Tyler said earlier, it's about that digital balance, right? You give people the space, the opportunity, and then hopefully they'll use that gym, Ryan, right? That's been put aside because you can have the world's best solution, but if no bugger is using it, it's absolutely pointless.
I will say I am fascinated by this conversation because at the heart of this, whether it's bikes and bananas or gym memberships, at the heart of this, I think we're all aligned. Every organization, maybe not every organization, but most organizations absolutely want the best for their employees, right? And all of these are very, as you mentioned, Ryan, very well-intentioned. I think what we're up against, particularly from a North American cultural context and cultural lens, is, and maybe this is true in the UK and EU as well, and you can speak to that, Ryan and Chris, but we're up against notions of work devotion, right? This work devotion schema, or the use of visible heuristics to define and measure our productivity and our utility as not only workers, but as humans, right? If we're not productive workers, if we're not good workers, who are we, right? And who am I if I am not this person at this job? And so for us to be able to decouple that just a little bit, and understand at the very, very heart of it, if we actually implement digital balance and digital boundaries, ironically, we get to what we want, which is that productivity. We want to be more efficient. We want to be more productive. We want to rise the ranks of an organization and be seen as a good worker. But right now we're using the visible heuristics of our digital connectivity to show people that we are good workers. But the great irony in all of that, Ryan, as you just mentioned, is that is actually leading to a degradation of our focus, of our flow, of our productivity. DeAnne, as you mentioned, it's leading to burnout. So for us, the secret, if we really want that, ironically, is to stand up to this workplace culture that does equate our digital connectivity with our productivity, and install and instill and implement digital balance as kind of that core ethos of the worker.
You want a UK example, you're going to get a UK example. All right, so staff at Manchester United Football Club were recently ordered back to the office because the new owner, Jim Ratcliffe, found that emails that were less sent on a Friday in his old business. Get your head around that. So he asked people to get back into the office because clearly email sent is a measure of productivity. Yeah, but not only was it not from the business that he was sending people back from, it was from his previous business. He's taken insight. And that is the assumption which we're facing into, right? I have to appear to be busy, to be firing off emails, which then exacerbates the problem because you're dealing with non-stop emails. Be the brave person. Let the inbox sit for a bit. people don't mind. Just because a message is instant doesn't mean your response needs to be. And I'm trying to train myself to step away from that a little bit, because you, like you say, you get that little feel, don't you? Like you're firing stuff off. And like the paradoxes are like buses, right? Two coming across at once. You got the paradox of engagement, and now you got the paradox of productivity. The more productive you are in the short term at answering people's little requests, the more likely they are to come to you consistently, stopping you from getting your actual work done, inhibiting you from doing the little things that you need to be your best self. Chances are it might be someone that's being a bit lazy, firing a request to you because they can't be asked to look through the SharePoint. Take that time, put the break in, right? Just because a message is instant doesn't mean that your response needs to be. So yeah, I love this subject. I find it so interesting. But yeah, it's a great example. People order back in because less emails sent. So they've got to come back and sit in the office to send more emails. Make it make sense, please.
I'm not sure it can. Chris, if I can just sprinkle in one other example, because given what you brought up, Tyler, about emails, and Ryan, what you added on, I think there is this, even I gave the example earlier about the respected, protected time away and being able to disconnect and take a break from all of the digital onness so that you can get that rest that you need, that is highly underrated when it comes to performance and productivity. I actually did an experiment. I love a pilot. I love an experiment, especially if it's one that's slightly irreverent or pushes the boundaries. And so I was going out for a 2-week vacation. And in my response that was sent back to anybody who did send me an email, I said, I'm away. Here's what I'm doing. I'm really looking forward to it. And I won't be responding to your email. If it's urgent, please send me another email on this day when I'm back. And what that did for me was, I know some people are probably like, oh my gosh, it gave me the permission when I did come back from my holiday that I wasn't going to be facing 600 emails that I then needed to sit down and work through. And if it was really important, I didn't do a statistical study on this or anything, but I think maybe 10% of those or less came back with another email when I was back. So I kind of shifted the responsibility back to the individual. And maybe they didn't know I was out, and that's okay. But I wasn't going to waste time going back through all of these emails, which the majority were not urgent. And that saved me a little bit of my own sanity. So I wanted to share that as a personal practice that worked well for me.
One day when I grow up, I'm just going to put in like an out of office on and just say, hey, if you sent an email now, I'm going to Control-A delete all those bad boys when I get back. If you fancy me again, get me on the 25th. I've been just a bit scared to do it. I want to do it one day. I really, really want to.
I'm going to be your accountability buddy on that, Ryan.
I've done that. I've just said no.
Have you actually? Have you really done that?
I'm on a digital detox. You're not going to get hold of me. Send it back. Exactly the same as DeAnne, and it worked a treat. And like you say, I often talk about well-being being a strategic priority, and can you imagine your first day in a new job, your onboarding process? Here's a fruit bowl and here's an exercise bike, or do we say to people, look, here's our boundaries. This is how we behave in this organization. So right from day one, we talk with a well-being lens. Not, you're going to get fruit on Fridays or anything like that. We set the tone straight away from the first day of an employee's life cycle with an organization, and then those behaviors are modeled and continued throughout. Awesome. So I love the learnings we're getting here, and there's some great comments as well. Keep the comments coming through. I hope I'm pronouncing your name right, Lygia. I'm loving this tip. Hi, Chris and team. I'm working on setting boundaries on phone use in my life. I've moved my charging area from one side of the bedroom, so I can't reach it. I love that. So please,
it goes out the room.
Yeah, it's an awesome idea. So please keep those coming through. And we've got time for questions at the end. I can see some questions coming through, so keep those coming, and I will pose those to the panelists shortly. Ryan Hopkins, I'm coming to you now with this question. So what if digital wellness isn't about benefits at all, but boundaries? We just touched on boundaries. With screen time up 57% since the pandemic, are we investing in perks or in people's permission to disconnect?
There's a pretty good book, Chris, called 52 Weeks of Wellbeing, mate. Available in all good bookstores around the world. I told you, I'm always surrounded by coffee.
Shameless.
I'm not sorry. I've got to eat, okay? But there's a chapter in there called Work-Life Balance is Nonsense. And I think it's a concept that I kind of want to chuck in the bin a little bit. And I think if you leave it up to potential, to maybes, to balance, you're going to be quite upset where it ends up. Say my boss is Tyler, right? He puts a request in over my lunch break. I normally like to go for a walk, and I used to give my nan a call every day at 12:15. I lost her 2 years ago last week, but we speak every day at 12:15. That was so important to me. And I started the pandemic for her. I continued for me, even though she thought it was for her. I let her think that. But anyway, super important for me. And if Tyler said we've got to call the client, that has to happen, right? But I have to put in place those boundaries. What's most important, though, is I take that time to give Nan a call. So I'm flexibly non-negotiable. And when you think about balance can only achieve if it's created. And you put in place those boundaries. If you're a working parent, you've got to be at school at 4. That's cool. You just have to let everyone know. To Ryan's point, you'd be surprised how many little people communicate their boundaries and then get annoyed that people are not respecting them, even though they've never told people about them. And when we think about putting in place those boundaries, they can be really practical as well. You can set windows for notifications come through your phone, or just get rid of all of them. There is nothing so urgent that it needs to interrupt you, unless it's from a loved one perhaps, or a critical service. No, I do not care about the new hazelnut latte from Starbucks, right? Get rid of all your notifications on your phone. It's unnecessary. You can configure this to suit you, not the other way around. The reason it's so addictive is because you've got armies of UX designers, data scientists, psychologists who created the most addictive thing ever. If we spent 13 hours a day doing anything else, we would be quite concerned. But we don't seem to think it's an issue. So we need to put in place those really practical things to configure your settings, to auto schedule your meetings to finish 5-10 minutes early. Don't leave it to balance or chance. Every meeting that goes out of my diary finishes 5-10 minutes before the hour. If you send me one that's at 1/2 or an hour, I'll decline it. And I'll tell you, please send that back. You might feel like I'm being a bit of a, what's it? However, it's better for us if we can both move by the end of the call. If you don't send the agenda and objectives, I'll kindly deny it. I'll decline and say, can I understand what the call's for? Because then we can get to the point. You can get on with your day and I can get on with mine. I still want to have a chinwag when I get on the call and see how you are. I'm not a robot, but by being clear on the expectations, it helps everyone. So for me, it's about forgetting that the concept of balance, but actually you can create it by focusing on those boundaries. So if anything, work-life boundaries works much better for me, but it doesn't sound as nice and as free and as flowy. But when we focus on those things, it makes a huge impact. And that's inside of work and outside of work. Inside of work, cut those meetings to finish 5-10 minutes early. If you've got 6 average per day, you'll save 4.8 work weeks worth of time to stretch, to move, to breathe. And well-being is no small thing, but made up of small things. It's about the little things we do every single day. And if you just walked for those 5 minutes every day, that's 30 minutes worth of walking, which burn 175 calories. Over the course of a year, that's 63,750 calories, and you'll burn 18 pounds worth of fat. And that is just from auto scheduling your meetings to finish 5-10 minutes early. Get some. That is what it's all about. If you improve by 1% every day for a year, you're 3,778% better at the end of the year with compound interest. A little bit of James Clear Atomic Habits, right? That's what it's all about. And when we're intentional, we set those boundaries, the balance will happen. So for me, that's where we start, and we need to take control of that ourselves. We can do that for our teams. We can support one another. We can challenge each other when it's not right. And then we can start to think about the perks. But unfortunately, you can't meditate your way out of an 18-hour day. Do you know what I mean? So you have to create that space first, and then let's have a conversation about all the other amazing things that we can do with that time. But that's how it flows for me. That's how I think about it. I know I'm quite rigid. I'm like a bit obsessed with it. You don't have to be quite as extreme, but you'll find what works for you and create that space that's important.
If I can just jump onto that, Ryan, the notion of the 1% improvement, James Clear Atomic Habits, is so important when we're talking about any sort of behavioral change, but especially important when we're talking about digital wellness, because it's within our grasp, right? We think, as you mentioned, there is so much that we are up against, right? There is so much that we are up against. However, we are not powerless, right? We do not have the lack of initiative to actually make a change. And truly, I talk about this in my book, and I'm going to refer to it real quick because I think it's very powerful. But For the average teenager right now, they're spending anywhere around 4.8 hours alone on social media, just on social media alone. Now, if they were to compound that over the course of their lifetime, that would add up to a staggering 13 years. 13 years of their life just on social media. Now, if we were to take into context the power of a 1% rule, so if we were to decide, okay, maybe 4.8 hours is too much, maybe I actually feel like 2.4 is better, okay? And we're okay with that. It would only take them 69 days to get their social media consumption down from 4.8 to 2.4, just 1% improvement each day, 69 days. And that would optimize essentially 5.3 years of their entire life, right? So instead of having 13 years of their life on social media, they would actually have a little less and ultimately optimize 5.5 years of their life doing something that is perhaps more intentional. So therein lies the power of the 1% rule. And it doesn't just apply to adolescents and youth. And I think that's one point that I really, really want to just make sure that we leave people with. Digital wellness and this notion of tech life balance, it's a hot topic right now for our youth, right? As if your parents, you see it in your children, you recognize it, many are worried about it. And of course, the developing mind is more susceptible to a lot of these things, but that does not mean that the developed mind, that employees are any less susceptible or that this topic is any less important. In many ways, from a modeling standpoint, we as adults, as parents, potentially need to model effective digital wellness habits so that our children can understand what it means to have healthy tech life balance. And all of that is to say, it's very important for us to, again, set those goals, understand where we're currently at, and make 1% improvements each day to get better.
Great points, guys. The only thing, just quickly, that I would add, as you're talking, I keep thinking, I'm a very relationship-driven guy. Life is about relationships, right? The relationship with your dog, the relationship with your partner, the relationship with your boss, the relationship with digital technology, all of these things. And so I encourage everyone to think through the lens. Ryan H., as you're talking about, setting boundaries, is that relationship working for me, and what can make it better? Is it better communication? Is it better boundaries, as you talked about? All of those things matter. And so as I think about that, all of these things, the relationship with your kids, the modeling that you have with them, the behaviors that you want them to take, from you, are all very important. But to me, it's all about, again, the relationship we have with social media. Does it bring us joy, or does it bring us, sadness and anxiety? Do we have that? And if it's not working for us, then what are we going to do to change that? Is it how we post and how we engage? Is it limiting engagement? Is it getting off certain platforms and one on others? Is it certain groups that bring us joy or not? And asking those questions. And I think it's important, if you're feeling that, anxiety and that stress, and you're looking at it, then stop. I know that it's easier said than done, but I think it's really evaluating all of those in the same context of communication and of boundaries as a relationship. And if it's not bringing you to your optimal, thriving self, then it's time to make a change.
I love that, Ryan P. And it makes me think about a very simple metric that I use in my own life with many things, is whatever I'm engaging in, whoever I'm engaging with, the topic, the circumstance, the context, the place, whatever it is it a net gain or is it a net drain? And depending on what side that falls on, that's information and data for me to then maybe modify some of my own choices, because I'm always in control of my choices. And Tyler and Ryan H., you all are speaking my love language with all of this data, because I do think that data is so powerful. We have to pay attention to it. But we also have to present it in a way that's very compelling and easy to understand, and with these metaphors and analogies like you've both done so beautifully here today. So I know I have some new takeaways, even with information I feel very familiar with. And one last thing I will say, because Ryan Hopkins knows this very well about me, balance is a myth. The sooner we can just let go of this idea of work-life balance, the better. And if we think about it as work-life integration, how are we integrating our work, our life, our relationships, just as you said, Ryan P., or work-life harmony? How do we harmonize work and life and all the things so that we can feel more fulfilled? I think that is such a better way to think about it, because if we strive for balance, much like if we strive for perfection, we will always be disappointed.
What you both made me think, I think actually it's not all bad with technology, right? The fact that we're all here, we met, is through these networks. So to Ryan, your point, is it bringing me something or not? And a lot of it can. Often if I spend like 5 minutes on Instagram, I feel like Frodo Baggins compared to all these people with like 6-pack apps and on mad holidays. So it's about finding, to me, Marie Kondo, right? What brings you joy? If not, you lob that out. And that works for this stuff as well. And the reason why we keep going back to the screen and just having one quick look is because the why, or the understanding, to Ryan's point, to relationships isn't strong enough. If what you're working towards, or the thing out there, isn't more engaging than this, which is understanding yourself and why you're doing those things, you're going to keep turning back to it. And those digital distractions and quick dopamine hits will continue to win out. So it's making sure you got the dog nearby for a walk, your loved ones. I like the order in which that went as well, Ryan. It was dog first, then family, then everything else. So I wonder if that was reflective of your perception or just the way it came out. It did make me chuckle. But this is what it's all about, right? It's about understanding what gives, what doesn't. And it's not all good and bad with this stuff. The fact that we're here, the fact that this movement has become something is as a result of digital. It's just about using it and what works for you.
I'm going to bring my nan into the conversation. She always said there's two types of people, taps and drains. Taps fill you up, drains don't, obviously. And that goes the same for products and social media and all of this. Great points. Love that. So we've got some quick fire questions from the audience. Christy, how do we address digital wellness from the top down? This is under the assumption leadership drives digital culture. For example, expecting employees to answer emails over the weekend. We've touched on this throughout the discussion, but yeah, if we've got a reluctant leadership team, how do we convince them around the digital culture? Anybody want to dive
This has got Tyler Rice, author, all over it. Go on.
Thank you, Ryan. So ultimately, we need to pick out key performance metrics that we care most about, right? Is it burnout prevention? Is it productivity increase? Is it reduction in behavioral mental health claims, right? We need to understand what those key performance indicators are, what our North Stars are. Then we need to understand, okay, how are we going about addressing those? And then what is our form of measurement to measure up against, okay? So we're taking our set of interventions and then we're using a set of metrics to assess how successful are we at actually meeting those metrics. Where leaders come in is understanding that the way that we're going about addressing those things, if we're not thinking about everything that we've talked about on this call, then we're missing a huge, huge, huge part of that equation. And so for us to collectively as leaders realign and understand that these are our North Stars, these are the things we want to improve. Thus, it is very, very important that we think outside of the box and that we are okay with eschewing traditional workplace norms that assimilate workplace connectivity and digital connectivity with our productivity. And we're actually going to buck the curve. We're going to do something else because we know that we're going to lead with data and we're going to measure a meaningful set of interventions and understand and test these hypotheses to see that these actually increase the bottom line for our organization. And we're not going to be worried about what people are going to think. We're not going to be worried about eschewing, again, these workplace norms that equate digital connectivity with productivity. We're going to lead by data and we're going to be satisfied in the fact that we are doing what we are doing in the scientific method and actually, measuring the bottom line things that we care most about.
Fabulous. Thank you, Tyler. Question from Becky. Love the conversation around effective wellness strategies versus just band-aid solutions. What ways we can get to the heart of this issue? How can we get feedback from over-surveyed employees? Sounds like a DeAnne one to me.
Wow. And I'm looking at the clock. How do we answer this in 60 seconds or less? Here's what I'll say. There are an abundance of survey tools out there. And I think, again, data is a very good thing. And people have survey fatigue. I think there's a lot of value wherever we can. And everybody here has touched on it in having those personalized conversations to really understand what the individual needs are, because even the best written survey question may not get to the heart of the matter. So whether that's small focus groups or a listening tour or something where you can really get out there and understand what people need so that you are targeting those benefits that are super important and those resources that can be very helpful to be things that people will actually use and will help make those incremental positive changes in their day-to-day lives. So I could go on this one. Maybe Becky, let's have a conversation offline too. And Ryan or anyone else, if you have something to add.
I'm yet to see IT functions make a big part of the wellbeing team. I think they absolutely should. If the people use laptops, bring them in. They are sitting on more data than you can shake a stick at. You to push that across the HR data and get cross-functional insights. You don't need to send another survey, and you'll have most of the understanding that you need.
And as this is such a great conversation, I'm going to take the liberty to go slightly over. Sorry, audience, but it's worth it. We're going to have one takeaway, one short sentence from each panelist before we go. I think it's always great to share best practice. So in one sentence, what's the truth about digital wellbeing at work? No one is saying, but everyone needs to hear. Go for it.
Boundaries first. Make sure you call your loved ones. Always pick up the phone.
Connectivity conflation. Don't fall into the trap of conflating digital connectivity and digital availability for productivity and output.
There's no replacement for being together in person. So if there's opportunities, if you work remote, to find those times to be intentional about connecting with people outside of an app, if possible.
And I would say challenge the metrics you currently have in place and really see how they're serving you. And also using technology for good, as Ryan said, and as others have agreed, like we've done here, and challenging where you can put it to the side or even scrap it where you need to.
Fabulous. Great way to finish. And thank you so much. I've loved this conversation. I feel very honored to be part of it. So thank you all to the audience for joining us. Thank you especially to DeAnne, Ryan, Tyler, and Ryan. We have 2 more sessions on Digital Wellness Day. All of the details are on digitalwellnessday.com, I believe. So enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you for joining us, and look forward to seeing you again soon.
Hello, everyone. All right, there we go. Hello, everyone. Nina Herscher here again, Executive Director of Digital Wellness Day. I just want to extend a warm thank you to our incredible first panel and panelists, our moderator, Chris Cummings, and our panelists, Ryan Picarella, Ryan Hopkins, Tyler Rice, and DeAnne Aussem. There were some incredible critical insights that I heard, and what really showed up for me was the talk about morning routines and nervous system regulation. We know, right? We know that when we wake up first thing and we check for urgent emails, we might go into fight or flight. We may even experience email apnea. We may even be holding our breath. And so what I heard about environmental psychology, putting your phone on the opposite side of your room, creating that positive behavioral friction, right? We know that can be so powerful. We heard about some of these underlying drivers of digital overwhelm and the importance of modeling behavior, conditioning others through our communication. Many people don't know that even if you want to send an email on Saturday night, you can write that email, but plan it to go out the next morning. With Gmail, with Outlook, there are incredible new features coming up all the time to support digital balance and to support the idea that we can condition people in positive ways. We can use and harness the energy that we feel in the moment, but not actually send that email out at 11 p.m. and then make other people feel as if they have to respond. I heard a lot about building permission-based, creating events that are actually rejuvenating, that actually facilitate rest and well-being. And so on that note, our panels are every other hour today. And so we're going to be taking just under an hour break during this time, quite purposefully, so that you have time to get back to your job, to walk around the block, to have some lunch, to take care of your body. We talk a lot with digital wellness and digital flourishing about how with remote work in particular, sometimes we override. We miss the cues and clues from our body, the interoception and proprioception that tells us, hey, my neck hurts. Hey, I have a pain in my stomach. Maybe it's time to eat. And so looking at digital well-being in terms of prevention and not just triage. And so that is our wish for you today, that you can tune into our panels and that you can access some of these nuggets and also feel like you're truly embodying what digital wellness means. And so our next panel is going to be at 10 a.m. PST, moderated by Larissa May from Half the Story, who was recently featured on Oprah. And that panel is called Young Voices, Mental Health and Flourishing in a Digital World. So we'll have a little bit of an in-between clip for you all to watch if you're hanging out with some coffee. Otherwise, we encourage you to come back in an hour. Thank you so much for tuning in, and happy Digital Wellness Day. Hi, my name is Nina Hersher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse, from lack of sleep to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers. What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones? Hi, my name is Nina Hersher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep, to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers. What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are now amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care, so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of techno-stress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the resources tab.
Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep, to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for, that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are not amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care, so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of technostress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating, there's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are now amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of techno-stress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep, to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are now amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care, so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of techno-stress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Hirscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse, from lack of sleep to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last two might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are not amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care, so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of technostress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Hirscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating, there's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are now amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care, so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of technostress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Hirscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. from lack of sleep to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last two might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are not amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care, so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of technostress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, Look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes. These aren't just bad habits anymore, this is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last two might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real.
Hello, happy Digital Wellness Day. My name is Nina Herscher, Executive Director of Digital Wellness Day, and I have with me here Larissa May, who is going to be moderating our next panel. Our next panel is called Young Voices Flourishing in a Digital World, and is all about how we can go beyond just unplugging and instead showcase how all of the rising leaders, today's youth, are using technology to build community, foster balance, and promote mental well-being. Larissa is a digital wellness entrepreneur and founder of Half the Story, the first youth-led nonprofit dedicated to improving the next generation's relationship with technology. Recognized as one of the world's top 25 innovators by the Mozilla Foundation's Rise 25 Award, and I think a new award maybe even just yesterday, Larissa has been featured on outlets such as the Wall Street Journal, Oprah, Times, Forbes, and Good Morning America. And so with that, I would love to hand off this panel to Lars so that we can hear from some of the incredible youth that she's working with at Half the Story and beyond.
Well, Nina, thank you so much. I feel like we joke about this. We're old now. We've been doing this so long before digital wellness was even a thing. And I just feel so grateful that we have this day and that you've continued to push forward this work in a world where it's really easy to give up on good work and it's really easy to fall victim to the business of digital sickness. And with that, I'm so excited to be here today to talk about what it means to really flourish. And I just want to kind of, before we get into this, note that your organization, Nina, and what you've created is actually a completely new framework and research methodology around how we design and research technology so that young people can flourish. And at Half the Story, the actual research and methodology that they have designed is something that we are using to help optimize and measure the efficacy of our program so that we build a world where young people flourish as opposed to just are a little bit less sick. And so with that, I am so excited to introduce my esteemed panel. First and foremost, I'm a little biased because Nina Krishnaya is actually a high school junior, and she's a part of Half the Story's Teen Advisory, and she's also one of 12 members of the Youth Advisory Committee for the California Partners Project, which is also one of the boards that I sit on to make California a healthier and safer place. So Nina, I'm so happy to see you. We have Nick Plant, who's a researcher, writer, and organizer with just a simple goal, which is to spark joy and happiness in the digital world. We talk so much about unplugging, but what we should really be talking about is plugging into joy and the things that light us up. We have Clementina Jose, and Clementina is a dedicated advocate for mental health wellness and creating safe and equitable spaces for diverse communities. And this is really important in this work. And I think another thing that's amazing about you is that you're also a master of social work and a program manager in higher education. So bringing both your passions with your clinical expertise is so critical in a world where screens are moving faster than the human mind. And then last but not least, Elizabeth Tate and I would say we are both recovering social media addicts. I've been, on that journey for the last 10 years. And, I think we probably have a lot to talk about from our zombie ages, and we're all passionate here. And so I guess, I'd love to first just open it up and, hear from all of you. One, how old were you when you got your first device? And because I think that will ground us in the ages and stages of development we have here. And then two, what does digital flourishing mean to you? And do you think it's actually possible? Nina, you want to kick it off since you're
Yes, I would love
already
to.
practicing digital wellness because
So
you're out in nature.
I am actually. I'm at school right now, so I'm just taking a break to be here, and I'm super excited about this. But yeah, I got my first phone at age 10, I would say, and it was kind of right before the pandemic, and so that shaped me a lot in so many different ways as well. But I do think digital flourishing is definitely possible, and it's really about like a consistent practice, which I would love to talk about more later. But yeah, I'm super excited to be here.
I can pick this up. So I got my first device when I was about 13 years old. Yeah, it was around that time. iPhones back then were just kind of getting popping around then. So I was super excited to have one. But for me, digital wellness, it really means balance, and like intention with how we're approaching technology specifically. Like those things are like super important for me, and I think that it is possible for us to thrive while using tech.
I remember I got my first personal you have a cell phone device at age 10, but I remember interacting with tech long before that, right? We had first grade computer class when I was probably 6 years old. I do think digital flourishing is possible. And I think my definition of that and what that looks like has expanded and continues expanding. When I first started my digital wellness journey, I really thought, okay, I need to throw my phone in a volcano and live in a yurt on the side of a mountain, I guess. I guess this is just what I'm going to have to do. And I've chilled out quite a lot, right? And gotten a lot better about that intention, right? And deciding, okay, which devices and which platforms have room in my life, which ones make me feel the most joyful. So I think it's possible with a little bit of balance and challenging our expectations about what flourishing actually looks like.
Yeah, digital tech's always been in my life too. As far as a personal device goes, I had a phone by 5th grade, I want to say. That's when Instagram came out, and I was the first person in my class to download it. I actually remember encouraging everyone to try it with me, so I wasn't on there alone and I had friends to share things with. And I had a similar experience to Elizabeth where I thought the answer was throw your phone away and go live in the woods, and I tried that for a summer during COVID.
Wait, did you really go live in the woods? Are you going to stop us there?
Well, it was just for a month, but I was in a barn with some friends, and we made it a point to not even bring phones with us.
I love that. Screen-free barn life.
Yeah, I know you live in a barn. I've heard through the grapevine. And I'm not anti-barn, but what I have learned is that I'm able to make it through New York. I live in Brooklyn now, by prioritizing my physical and mental wellness first, and then digital kind of flows naturally from that. So I guess to me, digital wellness is being able to pick up these tools with the clearest head possible and being your truest self while you use them.
I love that. And I think what you just tapped into is being your true self. And I think with that, Nick, first off, I also just want to share that Nick is a part of Design It For Us, which is an incredible other youth-led org that is really changing the game around advocacy in this space. And one of your fearless leaders, Aman, I was actually just with him last week. And I think what's really powerful is to see all this coalition and intergenerational collaboration together. And I think like one of the kind of going off of what you just shared, and one of the things, I know we have a mixture of ages here, but I know that there's probably a lot of adults watching this, and everyone wants to hear like, what do the young people think? What are we getting wrong? And Nick, or Nina, or really whoever feels like they're still a youngin', I'd actually just love to kind of start with, like, I think one of the biggest barriers to flourishing is fear, especially when it comes to tech and the way that adults approach technology. It's oftentimes just like pointing at the screen, but the screen is really a symptom. And we all want to experience connection and community, but we don't always get support from adults in our life to tackle it in a way that's positive and strengths based. What do you think are the number one things out there, this you, Nick and Nina, that adults get wrong, or the biggest misconceptions? Because I think that's one of the first things that we can do is really change the mindset of the people that are here today.
I can start with one quick thing, which is the assumption that you're always talking to your friends when you have a phone out. I remember this when I was growing up, and I've seen it even still, where the way that parents kind of interact with a kid who's using their phone is like, oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but like, I know you're talking to your friends, but you have to do other stuff. Which, you know, I guess technically you are interacting with people, you know, sometimes from long distance, but at least in my experience, you know, that was only a small fraction of like what I was actually doing on Instagram, on Snapchat, you know. I was consuming media that had nothing to do with like my friends, nothing to do with anything, just random stuff that was being served my way. And I think understanding that, you know, the recommendation systems and the design of social media platforms today is like very advanced now, right? And it's no longer based in just like who your personal network is. It's really important for adults to understand that, you know, kids don't actually have that much choice right now in like how they are spending their time. As soon as they open up the app, like they might have had one intention going in. Maybe they actually did want to talk to their friends, but they ended up watching conspiracy videos for like 2 hours instead.
It's a good point. Nita, what do you think about that?
Yeah, I actually think a major misconception, especially in my community, is that youth don't want to take action towards this issue, that we're just kind of mindlessly consuming media. And I think this is a complete misconception, probably because I know so many amazing and inspiring youth through Half the Story, the California Partners Project, that are working to change the game, that realize that their tech habits might not be where they should be, and they're also willing to bring in that awareness. I was talking with a teen a couple weeks ago who said how he was trying to get his parent to install parental controls on his social media use. And I thought that was so fascinating to be able to not only recognize your own digital habits, but be able to bring in someone else and hold yourself accountable, because we're all human and we all have like weaknesses when it comes to tech, especially in these platforms that want us to constantly engage. And so I think that's really what teens are today, is they're powerful and they're recognizing these steps that need to be taken. And so I'm really inspired by all the people I'm surrounded by.
I love that. I think that's a big piece, is that, you know, like anything, screens are a two-way street. And on one hand, we're so quick to give young people screens. And on the other hand, we're so quick to point our fingers at them without actually giving them, you know, a journey and to get onboarded. And I'd love to hear from you, Clementina, if you're open to it. You know, what are some of the positive strategies that you have seen from a clinical perspective that actually lead with trust and lead to flourishing? I'm kind of the mindset that abstinence only does not lead to the best long-term results. And I'm just kind of curious, you know, what your experience is. And also Elizabeth, maybe from, as someone that's kind of looking back or still navigating sort of the wildness of this personal adventure you've been on.
So for me, I always like to say cutting anything off cold turkey is not effective, right? Because it's like if people approach social media as like this bad thing, right? And I feel like there are so many conversations about how social media is so negative. It causes people to compare themselves and all those other things. And while that is definitely true, there are a lot of benefits to social media as well. So I feel like the conversation has to be balanced. And with that, going back to my original point about how cutting anything off cold turkey isn't realistic, how I always try and approach these conversations is by making making small adjustments, I find that to be like very effective. Because if someone is to just cut social media off today, right, and they try and attempt to do that, I've often seen a lot of people going back to social media and being, I don't want to say even more addicted, but like they're trying to like make up for lost time in a way. So I really think it's more about like, okay, balance. Like, okay, maybe I shouldn't spend 30 minutes to an hour on social media, like during like multiple stints in the day, but maybe I should like get on social media for 5 minutes, doom scroll for a little bit, because let's be real, like we all doom scroll, but kind of just like having that boundary with yourself, because I feel like when we build boundaries with ourselves, that's a bit more effective. And also giving ourselves grace is super important, because I've tried to go on detoxes in the past, and sometimes I've done well and other times I haven't. But as of recently, I've kind of, advised like students that I work with and also myself to just do those little 5-minute things where we're engaging for a little bit and kind of like disengaging and focusing on really, touching grass and like actually enjoying the world around you. But I found that to be a bit more effective than just being like, I'm going to cut it all off. Social media is terrible and so on.
Exactly. And I think it's like anything. It's like, let's be honest. Whether it be candy, like I think a lot of times when we were talking about this earlier, and Nina was talking about this, so the incredible courses that they have, which for those of you that didn't see Nina earlier, the Digital Wellness Day and Digital Wellness Institute has a lot of really great courses to learn more about how tech is impacting yourself, your world, your community, all of the things. And I think a lot of times, and there is kind of this interesting debate out there. So I want to hear everyone's hot take in that some people say social media is like a drug. Some people are of the camp that social media is more like food. And I actually tend to be in the camp that is social media is actually more like food because, or technology is, I would say as a whole, maybe social media isn't. That's a good debate because, it is a social determinant of public health. In the modern world that we're living in, many young people, especially that are coming from lower resource communities, need technology to be able to participate in society and move forward. Also, like food, our relationship with it is really different. It's not like we can't just stop using tech to go to school and do things like this. Like we have to eat every day and it's super complicated. And so I'm really just kind of curious. And I think because we're all sitting at different sides of the coin and we even have a clinician in here, so this makes this kind of spicy. What's your hot take? Is it a drug or is it more like food, or like what do you think?
My hot take is I would say the capital I internet in general is the food and social media is the drug. I think often we conflate social media with the internet broadly, but I really think as the platforms are continuing to evolve, there's kind of more of a distinction, right, between maybe the types of platforms that we used to engage with pre-social media, just online generically, versus the big social media behemoths now that behave in a different way and show you different kinds of content. So that's my hot take, is I think there's kind of a distinction there between general tech versus social media specifically.
Yes. And I think what's interesting is like all of these, so much is changing. I mean, with AI as well, which I would love, we'll get there with Nick. I'd love to hear your perspective and design it for us, because I know you guys are doing a ton of work and you were even out rallying last week. So there's a lot to say. What else? Hot take. Is it drug or is it food?
I've tended to think of it as like, I guess my head's on the content level with this question, right? So I would lean towards food. Yeah, like each post that you look at has different, I guess, nutritional content.
Yeah.
And part of my journey has been learning how to optimize what I'm putting into my head every day.
Yeah.
And it's almost like something you can create an elimination diet around. I totally agree that cold turkey is not the way. That was one of my lessons after the trip to the woods. It's like you can't just throw the thing out permanently and expect everything to change. For me, it was more like figuring out like how individual platforms, individual accounts, individual things were affecting me, and like whatever actually seemed useful or stimulating or like able to get me closer to my goals is worth keeping around. But if it's something that's distracting or causes you a lot of unnecessary anxiety, there are ways to at least reduce your exposure to them.
I don't know if I'm gonna make this more tricky because I feel like I'm in the middle where I'm just like, it is food and it's also a drug, because I definitely agree with Nick. Like I love going on TikTok. Like right now I'm on this path of learning more about how much fiber we need in a day. So I'm like learning so much from
Oh
TikTok.
dear, don't get me started there.
Right. So I'm learning so much about how much we need, how much protein, all of that stuff. So there is a lot of like great information that's shared on like just social media generally, right? So it is great food that we're consuming, but at the same time, like food, like any type of food can also be addicting if we're not taking it like in moderation. So I feel like it can definitely also be a drug. So I know I'm making it a bit tricky, but I'm kind of in the middle with it.
So you're like, it's a cigarette and it's the family sized bag of Cheez-Its, which, we've all been there. That's how I describe it. I'm like, it's kind of like, when that happens. So everything is changing right now. And I think, neuroscience suggests screens release dopamine. So, so I think one of the things that's really interesting about right now in this moment in time is that while digital wellness is a nascent, honestly, a really nascent space. Like we've had tech for 30 years. Unfortunately, we've had no national legislation passed to protect young people in 30 years, which is a whole other thing that Nick could probably write a book about. We know that technology impacts people at different stages and different things. And what's problematic about the way that technology works is that it really does attack that part of our brain, that our limbic system, which is the reward center of our brain. And when you're a young child and you're getting on technology, the part of your brain, which is your prefrontal cortex, which quite honestly doesn't even develop till you're 28, is the part of your brain that like is like, hey, you know what, you actually shouldn't feel this way even though they said something mean, or you shouldn't believe this. That part of your brain is not fully developed, so your brain is really relying on that emotional center. And so for a young child, as they're using technology, what that creates early on is a dependence, and it's really taking advantage of that limbic system, which is problematic over time. And I think I heard someone say this recently, that we're kind of the difference between where we're at now and where technology is going is that we're going from search to like support. So what was me searching something online is now, and maybe even what the algorithm, machine learning has always been a part of tech, but now as tech is going to be able to really adapt to us and know even more about us than it ever has. And I think in some instances that can be really powerful, but in others it can be really negative. And I'm just really curious, like for all of you, like one of the things we've been hearing from a lot of our teens is they've actually been using AI to like when they're having difficulties in relationships or with friends to actually like upload text threads and to get them interpreted, which I found really interesting. I'm curious like how you guys are seeing the young people use AI in your life and whether you think it's leading to flourishing or leading to sickness.
So I've definitely seen this happening a lot with clients, on TikTok as well. Like everybody's like, ChatGPT is my new therapist, right? A lot of people are saying that. And I feel like, and this is tricky also because not a lot of people have access to mental health care. So it's really hard for us to say, well, young children shouldn't be using AI, but it's like at the same time, not everyone has the same access to resources to be able to afford like a mental health therapist. So it's like sometimes ChatGPT is the only way that students can access mental health care. So I feel like it's definitely very tricky. And I feel like people have to, or parents and children as well, we have to be really safe and careful using these like technologies because this still isn't a mental health professional that a person is talking to. So just being super mindful of that. There is a disclaimer that ChatGPT, like when you go on the website, it says that it can make mistakes, right? So I feel like folks have to be super careful and also try and access other resources because I know that there are a lot of other like hotlines that folks can access to be able to text and like call and so on. So I would definitely advise for folks to also like lean into those resources and just be super careful and just with remembering that ChatGPT AI, like they don't have souls, like this isn't an actual person that you're engaging with and they can make mistakes in their recommendations and in their advice. So just being very careful, but also just being mindful of the fact that a lot of people just may not have access to mental health care.
I think you bring up a really interesting point, and I think that, you know, one of my challenges with this right now, and again, Nick, I'm sure you'd have a lot to say about this, is like we have billion-dollar AI companies that are getting billion-dollar valuations, and nothing has really been put in place to protect young people from a legislative level on a national basis, when the thing that makes this really different is that, you know, for example, climate change is something where there's millions of factors from all over the world. Human change, or what's happening within this digital flourishing or digital sickness sphere, depending on what way you look at it, honestly, it could be 10 guys in Silicon Valley getting in a room and saying, let's do something different, and like, let's do it for the entire world. Unfortunately, human consciousness is not there yet, which is why we have Nina and Digital Wellness Day. But I think with AI happening, it's like we can't again turn our heads, because it can be really helpful, especially for vulnerable communities, neurodivergent students, to help support them. And the one thing I just can't get past is that, you know, again, we have billion-dollar companies that, if we're looking at history repeat itself again, you know, back in the day, there was like absolutely no warnings on social media about things that would come up if they were bad. And, you know, I went to character, what is it? Character AI a couple months ago, and basically pretended to be a child that was in the same situation I was when I almost lost my life due to mental health in college. And it was pretty wild. Like, I was typing things in saying, can you please text my mom? Can you please do this? And it was saying, yeah, we will. And, you know, it was doing all of these things that, quite honestly, knowing that you're a billion-dollar company, like, you should be able to have a more intelligent AI, and investing in researchers within your company to do that. And so I'm really curious, like, what types of guardrails, you know, you think need to be in place for young people to flourish in a really tangible way. And also, maybe Nina and Nick, like, how are you seeing young people flourish with AI? Because I am seeing a lot of that too, and I don't think those stories are necessarily being highlighted. So, you know, you can answer that as you see fit.
Yeah, there is indeed so much to say about it. My previous answer was on the content level, but if we do think more about like the platform design level, I'm definitely on the drug side of the fence.
Yeah.
Right, because these companies are designing things in a way that not only hook us, but are like basically fracking our attention and other aspects of our mental health, right, for profit. And if we let the incumbents design the next decade for us, which is going to be humans interfacing with AI, you know, all signs point to it getting worse before it gets better again.
Have we even gotten better yet with social media, though, before AI? Like, what, I mean, do you think we're better?
Well, I would say I'm kind of thinking AI specifically. I think that they're getting drawn in right now by like the kind of friendliness of these character type of chatbots. And then what's going to happen is they're going to, and this is like in a matter of weeks from now, you know, test out embedding ads within responses to users. Or one thing Designer for Us is working on right now is a response to Meta's recent announcement of how their chatbots are
oh my
be
gosh,
updating. Yeah, and
it's Banana Town.
Yeah, so just quickly, you know, there's some idea that like there should be romantic like dialogue that you can play with these chatbots, and that opens the door to so many dangerous, inappropriate, scary things. So we actually just finished something about that, and yeah, I think some of the guardrails that I would like to see are, you know, really ones that add a little bit of friction to the process of like interacting with AI, that slows the user down a little bit to be more deliberate and not just say like, oh, this is a person, I'm having a fast-paced conversation with them and they're going to give me all the answers I need. But rather,
or all the data.
Yeah, while we're taking all your data and giving you other people's data, none of which belongs to either of us.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think, you know, some kind of like prompts that, you know, handhold the users a little bit more and say like, hey, are you sure you want to ask that? Maybe. Okay. But even better are educational interventions, right? Like we've alluded to throughout this day so far, but ones that kind of help people get a little more sophisticated with like how they're coming to these resources in the first place, and understanding what to realistically expect out of them, instead of like just hoping it fixes your crisis, you know, realizing that it's just maybe a way for you to like work with it to reframe your situation or something like that. To be like, hey, I have this like clunky thought. Can you help me iron it out a little bit? Like,
Yeah.
where do you see that I'm maybe being a little redundant or contradicting myself? Can you help me with that specific thing? Right.
Yeah. Using technology to train human consciousness. Oy vey. You know, I think that's a really good point. I'm really curious, Nina, like, what are you seeing at school? You're still in high school. Like, tell us the tea.
Yeah, so I feel like many students definitely use AI, especially like ChatGPT. Like it's just a part of our culture. But my school is very much so focused on like trying to like smash that whenever possible, like making sure that there's so much like attention on it. And so that can lead to like a lot of mistrust, I feel like, among students and teachers. I know when I write an essay in a class, like I have to turn my desk around so my teacher can constantly like circle the room to see like if I'm using AI. So that part like doesn't feel too great, especially as a teen, because I'm becoming an independent person. Like I want to make sure that I have that trust with my teachers, but I do definitely see their angle and where they're coming from. For me, I use ChatGPT in a very like different way because I want to kind of understand the system. And so in ceramics class last year, we used it to kind of like ask these different questions and see like the different responses for like how we could create like a piece of pottery and like really focus on our interaction and also the system's response instead of just like accepting it as like a surface level response and taking that. And so it's really about like our interaction and how we can kind of collaborate with these systems. And so that's really how I think it should be used in school communities, is really fostering like critical thinking, because it is so interesting to see how we can interact with like machines. I also think like from an efficiency standpoint, like sometimes we have tasks like we have to write a professional email and that can take like unnecessary energy. So I feel like using it in those areas and focusing more of your energy on the things you want to like explore, like your passions and interests, is super important.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
can I just throw one last thought in there? I think that was really great that Nina said that, because it is sort of about like what you want to get out of it, right?
Yeah.
And like giving a sense of choice to people is really important, and also like self-knowledge plays a role here too. Like maybe you're someone who is really bad at writing emails for whatever reason. Like that can help you, and it's okay to like admit that about yourself and accept that help.
Yeah.
But you know, maybe that's not you, and you have different needs that you come to the table with, and how does that fit into your life specifically?
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's where we were actually talking about this, because Half the Story has a civics academy in the summer, which is basically a 5 days of change experience. It's free, so anyone that's listening to this, if you have teens and you want them to be involved, it's basically giving young people all the skills that I needed when I wanted to start this movement so that they can do that themselves. And, you know, one of the things that we've been talking a lot about is just like the role of digital wellness and digital etiquette, and like how there really has been no guidebook for young people when you're entering the professional world. And it's actually really stressful. Like we get texts all the time from teens, which is like, hey, like I just got this internship. My boss asked me to meet with them. Like, should I send the Google Calendar invite? Like, no one teaches you how to do these things. And quite frankly, it actually creates a lot of emotional distress. Like, even I heard a story about someone that worked at OpenAI, and like they were one of the top machine engineers, and they like were honestly afraid to call like PG&E because their electricity was out, because they just felt so uncomfortable. And I think, you know, and I'd love to hear more of your thoughts on this, because Nick and Nina, I think you touched on this, and maybe Elizabeth and Clementina, you have thoughts, but like, how do you think we could use technology? And I think AI in its best case scenario allows us to be more human and spend more of our time doing those human things. But getting to that place is really challenging if you don't have the emotional resilience skills, you don't have the resources around you, you don't have the support system. Like, how do you think that technology can help us flourish in our lives? And are there any tools that y'all use that actually like provoke that for yourself? Maybe Clementina, let's hear from the clinician.
So currently, honestly, I do use ChatGPT, not for notes or not for any type of client related things, not in that way. But really just organizing like my schedule, honestly. Yeah, I really use it as a tool. Honestly, there aren't things that I can necessarily throw out like right off the whim per se. But I think it's just all about just being honest with how beneficial the tool, like how beneficial AI just really is. Because I feel like there is a lot of stigma, there is a lot of just like negative talks about it, and a lot of people saying like, oh, like people are just like manipulating it and just using it for a lot of like negative things. So I feel like a big part is just really removing stigma and just having more open conversations about how beneficial it can be for folks to really gain those real life and like workplace readiness skills. Because it is true, like Gen Z, a lot of young folks aren't prepared for the work environment.
Yep.
And like older generations, the way that they've kind of gotten acquainted with the working environment is just by like figuring it out and just like faking it until they make it. But like Gen Z is like, no, I need you to tell me exactly what I need to like really get by and to flourish in this role. So I think just having like open conversations like really important. And yeah, using AI how it works for you, like how best it can work for you, like because for everyone it is very, very different as well.
Yeah, that's spot on. And I'm like, what does it, how does it work for you guys? Like, I'd actually love to hear that. I think we talk so much about the negatives, which, and this is again why I love Nina and everything she says, is like tech isn't all bad. But if we only, in the media world that we live in, fear drives money. It drives clicks. The whole system is not built off of educating people. It's basically telling the worst case scenario stories, which freezes us all in fear. So like what, you know, and maybe you guys, I mean, I think everyone that's watching probably wants to have one thing that they can take away for this. And I actually have a tip that I want to share because someone from my team, and I'm going to pull it up for you because I don't want to jinx it for you, but or I don't want to mess it up, but let me share you what it is. So there's actually an amazing tip that you can do with AI where you actually put in all of the important dates that you have for something in a document. Izza from my team sent this, like a Google Sheet. You actually can export it, the Google Sheet, and then import it into Google Calendar, and it auto creates all of these calendar invites, which I think is amazing for deadlines and goals. Like I'm the person that would sit there and like put every single calendar invite one by one in the calendar. So that's amazing. I'll share one more. On Sunday, I go and I look at my favorite recipes on the internet and I throw them into ChatGPT. I'm like, organize everything I need by aisle, reduce the quantities for 2 people and see what happens. And those are 2 of my favorite ways to use it. What are some of the ways y'all use it?
I just used ChatGPT in a workplace context pretty recently. So I, right now in my current day job, work fully remotely, and I had to do a self-evaluation of my performance. It was like, yay, you've reached this milestone, and now you have to do this evaluation. And I was really struggling to come up with I knew I had things I wanted to improve on, but I didn't know how I wanted to phrase them and what I wanted my goals for like the next quarter to be. And if I was working in an office, I might just knock on the door of a coworker and say, hey, do you have anything that you think I should be working on? Or do you have any ideas for me? And I thought, well, I have this virtual coworker ChatGPT. So let me just go in. And I just gave it a really simple prompt about, hey, I have this evaluation coming up. Based on all the data I've given you about myself, because I ask it about work pretty frequently, based on all the data I've given you, what do you think are my top 3 blind spots and things I should improve? And they're personal. They're all personal, so I won't share them. But it did get to the root of some things that I do really want to work on, and then helped me kind of phrase that in a way that I can put on my evaluation and have kind of a metric for where I want to go forward. So it was really beneficial. It's like, good job, ChatGPT.
Wow. I'm pretty shocked that it was able to do that. I also just want to share a hot take. I don't like ChatGPT. I like to use Claude and Anthropic because I think they have better ethics. So I'm just throwing that out there. I don't know, Nick, I'm looking at Nick because he's kind of the expert on that here, but Nick, I don't know what your hot take is, but I'd love to hear it and what maybe a couple ways you use AI.
Yeah. First of all, I agree with the use of other platforms besides OpenAI if possible, and it is possible, so everyone should do it. But I think for me, I'm actually someone who eased my way into deleting Instagram and Facebook completely. The only social media I use is like kind of LinkedIn and Substack right now. And again, I'm not saying that's how everyone else should live their life.
Love that for you.
But it works for me. On the other hand, I'm trying to spend as much time as I can experimenting with AI because I'm very excited by the fact that this is happening during like the groundswell of better like digital wellness awareness, right? Like it's happening next to us having these conversations, which is different.
Wild.
Yeah, that is not how social media developed. So we have a really good opportunity here to like play around. And that's tip number one. It's just like try everything you can. Be so creative. Talk to people about it, look things up, right? Like see how others are using it and see if you could do something even better than they are, right? So for me, I've been doing a lot of writing lately, and I think it's a good way to kind of like outsource some of the brain muscle work of like keeping my attention on a lot of details at once, right? So I kind of like keep it posted on like where I am with my reading and understanding of everything as I do my research. And it's sort of just like, I don't know, a way to like categorize all of the main themes that I'm trying to weave together in my writing so that if I still actually write, I have it right here by hand for first drafts because I think it's a good way to get momentum. And then I switch back to my laptop. And then when I'm there, I'm like, hey, I'm kind of like hitting a wall, or I feel like this is a little confusing, or can you help me find a better example in this spot than the one I'm currently using? And like the research that I'm, uploading to the AI as like usually as a PDF at this point, is, it's interesting to see because it parses through that differently than I would on my own, and it does it much quicker than I would on my own.
That's really interesting. I also I think something that could be really cool to do as a time capsule could be like if you had a journal and you uploaded photos of your journal from like different phases of your life and like could get it to interpret that. Like I think there's a lot of great ways to like aggregate data and memories like in a way that saves you time and is like a personal archive. So I think you have to like figure out how do you use AI to learn more about yourself as opposed to just like never use your brain. But that's Nick, I love that you're a writer. And do you have your own Substack?
Yeah, I just started one this year, and there's a lot to come there.
Well, let's all support Nick. Nick, where can we find this? I mean, a young person writing about these types of things, like
Yeah,
everyone, we should be supporting Nick.
for sure. I think my name on there is Nick the Plant, and I dropped the E off because it's a pun. That was actually my old Instagram name too. So Nick the Plant. But yeah, the last thing I would say here is that I do think that like a more mindful use of these tools can expand our agency rather than detract from it. Like I think
Yeah.
that it can, as you just said, help us like learn more about ourselves, but still let us be the final decision maker on what we're doing, right? It's one thing to say, hey, write this essay for me. It's a totally different thing to say, I'm writing the essay, but I understand that this can help me weave some strings together that like I might be
You might
missing
not
or I'm
do.
too tired to pull off right now. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. I mean, another thing that could be amazing too is I'm like, I kind of want to export my entire Google Calendar and see how many trips I've been on, how many meetings I've had that year. Like, that would be, I think there's so much you can learn about your time and how you spend it. And so I think finding ways to make almost one of our teens came up with this cool game this week, which was, that game, is it fact or fiction? And it was like, is it true, false, or did AI come up with it? And it's like a really fun play on that. And so I think it's really fun to think about ways that you can make up things. Like my husband is a musician, which we've played a lot with Suno, and it's really funny. Sometimes we sit around and we make up really silly songs about our pugs, and we like play them out, and they have these funny animations, and you can send them to your friends. And I think like that's actually a really funny way to use technology. It's also amazing. I'm sure you guys saw this. Like, how does AI interpret you? And I think on the worst side of it, of some of the women I know in business, they asked what AI thought they looked like, and it was like white man executive, and they were like, what the heck? Just because I'm a woman in business doesn't mean that this is what I look like. And so I think it's also interesting to kind of play with like, what are the biases? How do you operate in the world, and how does AI interpret what that is? And it's a really interesting thing to unpack and where it's all heading and going. I'm really curious, kind of just like to zoom out for a minute. Digital flourishing and digital wellness is a journey. It's not a destination. It's always changing and shifting. We oftentimes say, a lot of times the environment that you come from, the role models that you have in your life impact this. Screens are a symptom for so many of the things that we're feeling deep inside. And, I'm really curious, like, what are some of the strategies? And I think, Nick, you kind of shared this so beautifully of like having a pen and paper next to your computer. Like, I'm a believer that you have to swap screens with fun. Like, you need something, whether it be making friendship bracelets or knitting. I'm a highly ADHD, anxious, high performer, which is a really complicated mix of things. So I constantly have to be doing something. Like, what are some of those small changes, which I love that you touched on, Elizabeth, that you've incorporated in your life? The small hinges that move big doors. And like, what can we try to empower some of the people watching this to do when they go home?
One thing that I love to do is I love painting and coloring. And I feel like that's really good for folks to just get out that to have that creative outlet. I really love doing that. One thing that I'm also trying to pick up is playing with Legos again.
I love Legos!
Yeah, I love to fidget as well. So that's also super helpful. And I also just love journaling. And just in relation to self-care, I love doing like face masks and just really things to just revive myself, honestly.
Yeah, I kind of do something similar. I love like doing these little activities that just kind of take me away from my screen. But for me, like looking from an organization standpoint, I love having a physical planner, and I have like these little stickers for it that I can just pop in there and like different pen colors, and that really helps me stay organized and stay visual. And I know so many of my friends are like using Notion a lot, and I think that's great for them, but for me, that just like having that planner that I can carry around and just take out feels so like reviving. And also, I love just being physically active. I had a concussion a year ago, and I'm still kind of recovering from that. And a big piece of that was transitioning from using my phone a lot to getting outside and just going for runs and being able to like push myself in that sense. That felt like so healing. And so I think physical exercise is just so amazing in that sense.
I'm a big
Getting
fan
out
of
of your mind. Oh, sorry, I was gonna say, I always say, let's get out of our heads and into our bodies, Tell us, Elizabeth. You're the one that we can learn from here.
I am a big fan of embroidery and other like tactile handcrafts. I have the same like fidgeting impulse. And because I work from home, as I mentioned, I do have to look at a screen for 400 hours a day. And I can't always go outside, right, and break away and do something. But sometimes I do have short times in between meetings or in between working on tasks. So I like to keep a little embroidery or a little craft project near my desk. That way I can get a little bit of a brain break and just spend kind of 5 or 10 minutes working on something. And then you have something pretty to display later. And you're like, wow, I made this. I did it.
Yeah, for me, it's about designating a time and place for everything. Times where I let myself bring a phone with me and when I don't. Times when I have my computer on my desk and when it's turned off on the ground of my closet, right? Kind of like creating more texture throughout the day for you to move through, and adding a lot of friction to the use itself. So like when you are online, how can you make it harder to like go down rabbit holes? How can you slow yourself down to like make a more careful decision instead of like an automatic habitual one? So the classic examples there are like put your screens in grayscale, which you could do with anything. You do with your phone, your computer, your iPad. It doesn't just have to be your phone. I just learned that recently. You can, like make it so that when you open a new tab on your browser, it's blank. It doesn't have anything like tempting you to click on. You can delete all the apps from the home screen of your iPhone and like make yourself look up the name so that when you're looking it up, it's like a little more, effortful instead of just like, oh, I see Instagram and I hit it. But I think the number one thing for me, because this whole journey started when I was in a rut, you know, like when I like graduated college, I didn't know what to do with myself. I tried starting my own thing with a friend, but it was like kind of not who I really was, right? I wasn't being true to myself. And I had to like step away pretty fully, like really pull back in order to like reintroduce things slowly. And what I learned was that, you know, you need to create like a sanctuary for your mind to go and do things that screens don't let it do, right? Screens limit like the brain states that we're in and the forms of attention that we can practice. So you do sometimes have to like remove yourself from them so that your brain can do other stuff that it's just not doing. You don't even have to be reading or like painting or running a marathon or anything too insane. You can just be like sitting with a friend who you like both commit to not having anything else with you in the room, you know, or you just like go out to a park and don't bring anything else with you, and you let your brain kind of like reshape itself and do the healthy things it needs to do in the background. And for me, that's been the number one thing of like making sure that's always a part of my life. Yeah.
I'm like, the fact that you already have that discipline is, and how old are you, Nick?
24.
I mean, that's incredible. I think so. I mean, let's be honest, most of our parents and grandparents are just as struggling just as much with their screens as we are. So I love that. And I think it, you know, you did mention some of these things, like get in the driver's seat, turn your phone on grayscale, make it hard. One of the best things to do is to actually like log out of your social platform so that you actually have to log in every time and do the two-factor verification, because it's so annoying, and then you really have to think twice about it. I am really curious, just from all of you, if you had a magic wand and you could do one thing to help young people flourish in the digital age, what would that be? And that could be online, that could be offline, that could be policy, that could be designing parks with kids in mind, all of it. I'll start. I think one of the things that, you know, we talk so much about the digital world, but we don't talk about how do we design our physical world for more human connection. And so I almost wish that like at parks, they would have phone charging stations for parents to put their phones away and play with their kids. Like, I think that's a really small change that could make a big difference in the way that humans connect. I think because of technology, it like tech has replaced so many of our meaningful small micro connections we have with humans. And those things like smiling at the barista, you know, helping someone who fell down, literally, which I just saw last night. Like, if I was looking on my phone, I wouldn't have seen an older man that fell in the street, quite literally. And so I think there's, you know, I think about physical space a lot and how that could be more meaningfully designed.
I think about physical space a lot too. And I think it's a shame that I know I've noticed, and I'm sure a lot of us have, that our physical spaces haven't been the same post pandemic. We haven't really gotten back to that communal energy that we had before. And in some ways, it's great that we've learned how to use tools like this, right? We're all connected from different places right now on this panel. We may not have had this opportunity if not for technology. So on one hand, that's great that we've been able to expand that way. But I do hope that the proverbial we will return to that more communal, you know, having third spaces, having places for young people to go where they can be safe, but they don't have to necessarily be at school, right? Where they have somewhere that they can gather offline would be really great. Because we've all touched on this idea that if you're going to take a stimulus away, you need to have a compelling alternative. So it's not enough to say, hey, young people, get off the screens if they don't have an alternative, if they don't have somewhere to go. They're seeking community, and this is the best way online that they know how to do that right now. And I think that they're going to keep doing that until they have an alternative. So I would like to see more of that, more spaces.
I would definitely agree with that, Elizabeth. And it's funny, Larissa, when you asked this question, the first thing that came to mind for me, I don't know if anybody remembers this, when Nickelodeon, they used to do like worldwide play all day, and like it, like you could not like watch it. Like you would, I don't know, but for me, it actually encouraged me to like go outside and meet up with my friends. So I don't know if we had something like
I remember that. What was that? Let's bring it back.
that, right?
I would go reach out to them. Let's go.
Exactly. Things like that, like something where, because I feel like a lot of people, they take these social media breaks, but it's like they're taking a social media break and their friends are still on social media and their cousins or people in their community are still on social media. So it kind of draws them back. Whereas if it was something like, okay, everyone is off social media, like it's like, I don't know, like a TikTok, like worldwide, I don't know, like play all day type of thing, where nobody has access to it for a day, and like people are encouraged to like go outside, like engage with their local communities, like give back, like bring back humanity and bring back connection, like go to a local park or do something impactful. I think that would kind of be helpful, because I feel like people kind of need that push, but also people don't want to be off social media and their friends are on social media, or their friends are still engaging with tech, because realistically a lot of people are like they feel isolated, which causes them to want to engage and communicate and create community online. So if people were pushed and motivated in that way to kind of engage with local communities, and if there were more like meetups and other things, kind of like what you shared, Elizabeth, I don't know, I feel like that would be helpful. So that would be kind of my way.
Yeah. And I think like getting I mean, I was joking about this earlier, but I feel like especially after watching Adolescence, we just like don't live in a culture where young men have community for their own emotions. And so I've been playing a lot with this idea in my head, like what if we had like a data dad meetup and the dads were really stepping in, and it was a place for dads to come together and connect and really support their kids almost as their digital protectors. And yeah, I mean, I think there's so much nuance, and what I love about Digital Wellness Day and what we always say at Half the Story is that digital wellness is actually an inside job. What you're doing in the digital world is reflective of what's going on inside with your emotions. And if we don't give young people, caregivers, doctors, the skills to actually regulate their emotions in the digital world, which is very different than regulating your emotions in the physical world, because yelling at your mom and saying something versus typing something that might never be deleted online can really change the trajectory of your experience. And I think, I guess what I'd love to kind of end on is, really, we talked a lot about screens and outside of our world, but how do you take care of your inner world? Like, what do you do to regulate your own emotions or to give yourself space or pause so that you aren't consumed by these places and spaces in a negative way?
Okay. Sure. I saw everyone else turn their mic off. Okay, so I really like this question because I feel like it's where I've been most focused lately. Is like, how can I actually like be closer to who I am, so that the way I use technology serves me instead of like confuses and frustrates me. So I think that like the replacement to the stimuli, right? So if we're getting rid of like an addictive screen and replacing with something, it doesn't have to be that complicated at first. That's what I learned. It just has to be like space for you to exist as a human being, ideally with other human beings. And I have been actually building a community here in New York of people who feel very similarly about all these things, and I just didn't know they existed. Right, because none of us were really posting online. But then I just started to like spend more time out without a phone on me, and then I'd meet other people who are like, that's cool, I kind of want to do that too, and then we'd start doing it together, right? And it's just so organic, and it's like the kind of thing you just have to trust is out there, right? We just have something is like in the atmosphere these days, and we just have to like embrace that and walk forth with the confidence that like other people get it, other people care, and we're all gonna figure it out together.
That is so beautiful, and I love, I do think we're experiencing this new moment in time where we're realizing, and I'll give it to teenagers in Japan that told me this, is that, I asked them about this topic, and I said to them, like, what is it that you dream of? And a lot of the times in America, young people say, I want this job, or I want this many followers, or I want this, or I want that. But one of the things the kid said to me was, and it was a resounding yes, was, I want inner peace. The digital world disrupts that, because I know that if I don't have inner peace, that we can't have world peace. And I found that to be really profound, because so often that, we're often chasing these things in the world that quite honestly are really outside of our control. But if we can teach young people, like Nick, the fact that you even have that confidence to be like, I'm going to sit in the park and I love going out to dinner alone. Like I took my pug out to dinner this week and I was alone and I loved it. I got to sit and observe and really sit in my feelings in a way that technology doesn't allow us to do. And so I just want to like really compliment you. And I think for people watching this, the fact that we have Nick and Nina who are, Nina is a high schooler and she's showing up and she leads other teens in our community. She's working with the first partner of California, Jennifer Siebel Newsom, to help make that state better. I think when you give young people the keys, real magic can happen. And, I will share one more anecdote on this and then, maybe have us all just say one word that we use to describe our relationship with technology to end on a high note. But, we have a bunch of teens that are hosting screen-free proms across the country this year. And last year it was an initiative that they wanted to do. And I felt like I let them down because we weren't able to pull it off with the resourcing that we had. And this year we are. And I feel really proud of our teens and young people like Nina who are going out and showing the world that we can write a new narrative for what it means to connect. It doesn't have to be about all screen free and unplugging. It can be about plugging into joy. And I think if we can really think about this narrative differently as we embark on this next chapter of humanity, we will see better results. And I just want to thank all of you for your commitment to that. And maybe just describe your relationship with technology.
Intentionality.
Autonomy.
Balance.
Self-protection.
I love that. I like to say harmony because I think balance is hard, but finding harmony in what is a very wild world. But I'm so deeply grateful to all of you for joining, and you're our future. The future is you and youth. And I just want, again, Nina, I know you're somewhere, the Wizard of Oz behind the scenes, but such a huge thank you to you for your tenacity and your commitment to this space and for cultivating a global platform. We actually met each other in Saudi Arabia, which I think speaks to the testament of her advocacy and how far and wide she and the entire team touches. So thanks to you all for being here. You've made a certainly meaningful mark on my day in this moment, and I wish you all the best on your journeys in advocacy, education, and most importantly, your own journeys in the digital world.
Thank you.
Wow, what an incredible panel. I just want to give a big shout out to our youth panelists, Larissa May moderating, Elizabeth, Nina, Nick, and Clementina. Your honesty, your leadership, your insight is truly what this movement is all about. So I'm delighted that we were able to take that time today. I heard so many things that hit home for me, as well as I think many other youth and people who may or may not identify as youth, might be kind of in between some different ages. But I'm in my early 30s. I have a 2-year-old now, so I am one of those in-betweeners. But I think what I really heard was that digital etiquette is a life skill, something that we need to be taught. It doesn't always come naturally, right? I heard that it's important to tech like you eat, just like we don't want to overeat ice cream or chips. We want to tech like we eat too. And AI as a tool, right? AI can be our kind of creative co-pilot. And I'm so intrigued and fascinated to see the ways that AI can interface with what comes up for us as human beings and helps us to flourish, helps us to generate, helps us to collaborate, connect, learn about ourselves and about others. Another thing that really stood out for me was that we do live in a permission-based culture, which is one of the reasons that we created Digital Wellness Day, to give people that collective time, that collective moment to pause and to truly reassess do we want to change our digital habits? Because other than maybe the new year, perhaps a birthday, it never feels like there's really a good time. So today is that time. If you want to create a deep work day, if you want to put up an auto reply on Fridays for that deep work day, I support you. We're all cheering you on. But I also heard that the do not disturb, the boundary setting, all of this is also on us, right? There's this element of what can the tech companies change to support us as humans, but also what is within our power and how does that relate to impulse control? My in-laws like to joke that I put my phone on do not disturb quite a bit. And while most people are just on do not disturb, I go into submarine mode where I cannot be reached for hours at a time. And this is something that we laugh about, but I'm actually very proud of it because it reflects my values and the values of my family. And so today on Digital Wellness Day, I encourage you all to think about what are your values and are your tech habits aligning with them? Again, no shame, no blame, just understanding and observation of things that you might want to shift a little bit. And so all of this is why I love my work at the Digital Wellness Institute, Digital Wellness Day, and we've just partnered with the Digital Resilience Lab, which gives health promotion practitioners and doctors, like Lars was saying, the tools that they need to support people in an always-on world, to look at things like ergonomics, burnout, headaches, some of those physical and mental impacts of digital overuse, because for a lot of people, they don't know this is its own field. And they have that aha, that light bulb moment where this is our time to do that knowledge translation component. And so if you want to learn more about that program, you can go to digitalwellnessinstitute.com. We have a beautiful partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab. And we're going to have a little bit of a break now coming up because after all, this is about tech-life balance and embodiment. And so our next panel is going to be at the top of the hour. And that panel is going to be moderated and led by my incredible co-founder, Amy Blankson, talking all about human flourishing, AI, and productivity. So please stay tuned. I hope that you have a nice lunch, afternoon break, walk, fresh air, and we will see you soon. Of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse, from lack of sleep to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are now amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care, so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of techno-stress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep, to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, And it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are now amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care, so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of techno-stress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the field of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep, to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are now amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of techno-stress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep, to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are not amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of techno-stress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are now amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of techno-stress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep, to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are not amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care, so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of techno-stress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the category section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the Resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Hi, my name is Nina Herscher, co-founder and executive director of Digital Wellness Day. 6 years ago, the Digital Wellness Institute launched Digital Wellness Day on a mission to provide free, evidence-based resources for people to support digital balance in an always-on and fast-paced culture. Thank you so much for tuning in today. If you haven't explored our website, digitalwellnessday.com, you can find a myriad of resources, including free registration to other parts of this summit, 2 playbooks, one for educators and one for workplace leaders, an ambassador toolkit to showcase your thought leadership on Digital Wellness Day, and your free digital flourishing checkup at digitalflourishing.com. We're so delighted to have you with us as change agents of digital balance and digital well-being. Digital Wellness Day is about being healthy tech, not anti-tech, and about using technology to fuel us instead of fatigue us. So, thank you again for tuning in, and we look forward to keeping in touch. As co-founder of Digital Wellness Day and Chief Learning Officer at the Digital Wellness Institute, I'm thrilled to announce 2 new programs. The first is a resource hub, where for a low monthly subscription, you can access micro courses, thought leadership articles, tips on productivity, environment, and so much more. And the second is a partnership with the Digital Resilience Lab called the Digital Resilience Educator Program. This is targeted at health promotion professionals, mental health educators, outdoor nature therapists, and people in that realm who are coaching and looking to unpack the impacts of technology overuse. From lack of sleep, to focus during the day, to how digital habits can affect our eating. There's so much more that this course covers.
What if I told you that something as small as your phone could be the root cause of your client's anxiety, poor posture, and even their inability to get a good night's sleep? Sounds dramatic, right? But how many people do you see walking around hunched over their phones or in a full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes? These aren't just bad habits anymore. This is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last 2 might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hi, I'm Dr. Felice Chan, and in my acupuncture practice, I see how burnout and overwhelm disrupt the body's energy flow, leading to many issues like headaches and digestive problems. Many of these challenges are not amplified by the prevalence of remote work and excessive screen time, which place additional strain on both our mind and body.
This program provides evidence-based tools to help clients manage stress, regulate their anxiety, and build resilience against the cognitive and physical strain of excessive tech use.
So whether you're supporting people's physical health or helping them relax, this program will bring tangible solutions by merging ancient practices with evidence-based psychology.
You'll gain the tools to address the physical, mental, and emotional toll of our wired world and teach your clients how to balance their bandwidth and live their healthiest lives. This program gives you the strategies to help your clients move better, breathe better, sleep better, and most importantly, feel better. This certification program is healthy tech, not anti-tech. It's about leveraging technology for good, for productivity, and knowing when to unplug for self-care so technology can fuel you instead of fatigue you. If you're ready to elevate your practice, be a leader in your field, and help your clients break free from the grip of technostress, this is your chance. Enroll today to become a certified digital resilience expert and join our incredible community of leaders.
Welcome to the Digital Wellness Institute. We're glad you're here. The Digital Wellness Resource Hub is the first online membership program offering hundreds of hours of trusted, scientifically backed information to help you flourish in the digital age. This platform provides you with courses, resources, and exclusive discounts and access to our industry-leading certification courses. Let's dive in. First, let's take a course. Our courses cover a vast array of topics relevant to anyone living and working in today's hyper-connected digital age. Simply search for a topic or use the categories section to find information on each dimension of the digital flourishing wheel. Our courses are created by globally recognized leaders in the fields of digital wellness and positive psychology. They are both lecture-based as well as interactive. Next, let's explore the resources tab. Our resources include hundreds of pages of articles, white papers, workbooks, and handouts, each designed to help you easily access, share, and distribute trusted content with others. Third, members receive exclusive access to our certification programs. As a member, you'll receive free access to our Certified Digital Wellness Champion course, as well as nearly $500 off of our industry-leading Certified Educator course and our Certified Digital Resilience Educator course. But that's not all. Members also receive exclusive access to webinars, recordings, podcasts, and guided meditations. If you're looking for trusted resources for yourself and others, look no further than the Digital Wellness Institute's Digital Wellness Resource Hub.
Full-blown panic when they misplace their phone for 5 minutes. These aren't just bad habits anymore, this is a full-blown health crisis. And that's why we created the Digital Resilience Certificate Program, and why anyone in healthcare, mental health, or holistic wellness in similar industries needs to watch this video. The digital transformation is here, and tech addiction along with it. And as health and wellness professionals, you are on the front lines. Your clients are showing up with everything from anxiety and burnout to tech neck, AI atrophy, and social media scoliosis. While those last two might sound new, these challenges they represent are very real and growing, and it's your job as practitioners to get to the root cause of the presenting problems and move them from surviving to thriving. The Digital Resilience Certification was created to help you tackle these challenges head on. This isn't just another course, it's the continuing education that you've been looking for that will be a game changer for your practice and for your clients.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final panel of the day. My name is Nina Herscher. I am Executive Director of Digital Wellness Day and co-founder of the Digital Wellness Institute. And I am just over the moon that one of my co-founders, Amy Blankson, is going to be moderating this next panel. This next panel is all about AI and digital well-being and how we can remain human in our tech-driven world. And so with that, I just want to introduce Amy. Amy is the Chief Evangelist at the Digital Wellness Institute and Chief Ambassador for the World Flourishing organization. She is a leading voice at the intersection of leadership and innovation. And she is also a graduate of Harvard and the Yale School of Management, and the only person to receive a Point of Light award from 2 US presidents. She has served on the UN Global Happiness Council, is a member of Harvard's AI for Human Flourishing Council, and was recently named by the AI 75 Dallas Innovates. So, as you can hear, she is an absolute rock star, as is everyone who is joining us today. Looks like we had a little technical glitch, but you can hear my voice. Now you can see my face. The joys and challenges of tech are just 2 of the things that we will be diving into today. And so, Amy, please take it away with your incredible group.
Thank you so much, Nina. And wow, am I excited to celebrate Digital Wellness Day with all of you. If you've tuned into our earlier sessions, you've heard incredible experts talking about ways to make digital wellness very practical. Nina Herscher has been the one who has made this day happen. So a huge thank you to you, Nina, for all the work that you did in bringing Digital Wellness Day to life and to the millions around the globe. This panel is going to be focusing on AI and well-being. It's a topic that I am passionate about, and there is a lot of conversation to be had. Oftentimes when we talk about AI and well-being, they're not used in the same sentence together. In fact, well-being is often an afterthought in the speed of innovation. And what I would like to do today is just pause and take a moment to reimagine and reflect what would happen if we actually put well-being at the forefront of AI development, if we put humans at the center of where we're heading with the technological future. And that's the conversation that we get to have today. I've invited 4 incredible super thinkers who are leaders at the forefront of the digital wellness movement and responsible tech movement. And they're here not just to share their thoughts and their insights, but also their solutions. We want to give you things that you can actually walk away from here today with, that you can tangibly go do and feel inspired by. And we hope you won't just take the inspiration for yourself, but that you'll take it out to share with others, at least one other person. But if you want to share with thousands, go for it. So today, without further ado, I'd love to introduce you to my 4 esteemed panelists. We have David Ryan Polgar, who is the founder of All Tech is Human. And I'm not going to read bios because I want to save time just to get into the meat of conversation. But if you want to read more on bios, check out digitalwellnessday.com. Our second panelist is Sarah Filipczyk, who is the founder of Be Human. Tamara Lechner, chair of Harvard's AI for Human Flourishing Council, and our sponsoring partner, Christopher Lafayette. We're so honored to have you here. He is the founder of the grassroots Gatherverse community that is helping us to stream this content out into the world. So I call these 4 individuals the guardians of the galaxy. They are at the forefront of shaping this conversation around AI and well-being, ensuring that ethics and humanity are at the forefront of innovation. So I'm going to help glean insights from them on your behalf, but my hope is that their inspiration will help you to shape the future as well. All right, ready to dive in? Okay, so my first panelist question, I actually would like to do a lightning fire round with all 4 panelists. We'll start with you, Tamara, talking about, is AI making us more digitally well, or is it pushing us further out of balance? What do you think? And Tamara, I think we need you to unmute over there.
Start me with the easy question, I was saying. And Guardians of the Galaxy, I'm just putting my hand up that I want to be Groot. And so I always think of AI as a tool that can be used for the good or against our good. And the entire body of work that I do is working to help humans understand that technology doesn't have to suck us into a doom scroll, doesn't have to be our enemy, isn't the cause of all evil, of children having lower attention and lower mental health. But we need to have some behaviors and conditions, some skills and some mindsets around the use of this technology. And so there is no simple answer. It's not a yes or a no, it's a both and, in my opinion. But I can't wait to hear what the other guardians have to say.
I love that. Thank you, Tamara. How about you, Sarah? What are your thoughts? Oh, we've got you muted as well.
Oh, am
There
I
we go.
unmuted now? Can you hear
There
me
we
now?
go.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I'm of the same school of thought. What we stand for is a concept called purposeful usage of technology, which means being very intentional with how we interact with technology, and skills like understanding the impact technology has on us are becoming increasingly important. So while on one hand, it is very overwhelming, it is moving so fast, there are new LLMs being put out every day, there's a lot of challenges around misinformation, disinformation, but at the same time, it enables us to really lean and hone into our human innate skills, our soft skills, our critical thinking, our social awareness, our self-awareness. So I think it's the best time to be a human now.
That's amazing. All right, David, you're up next.
Hey, I was just thinking about the picture of Dorian Gray, right? If you read that great play by Oscar Wilde, one of the things that Oscar Wilde focused on when he wrote a letter to one of his friends during that time period is that we actually have so many different personalities, right? We have how we see ourselves, how the world sees us, and who we want to be. And that's only 3 personalities, right? The point is, I think with AI, one of the struggles we have, the greatest irony of the digital age is it causes us to reflect on what it means to be human, how it challenges our sense of self-agency. And I think one of the tough parts we have, especially if you're talking about like AI companion chatbots, is that if it sees you one way and it's trying to tilt you in that direction, that in itself challenges what Oscar Wilde thought about years ago, that we're not just one person, we're not just something that can be summarized. So Amy, to your question, I think it's all about us coming together and deciding which way our tech future is going. So AI can tilt us in so many different directions. As it currently stands, similar to what we saw with social media a decade ago, it's presenting these thorny tech and society issues. But I think right now, because of the Guardians, because of thousands of people across the globe, we're in a better position, but we really need to come together to actually define how we want our technology to work for us. And I think it's also important to realize that our tech future is not predetermined. It's up for us to embed it in the DNA of it.
Oh, I love that. Amazing. Christopher, to you.
Thanks, Amy. And for the sake of the audience and all the people that are coming in here for this final roundtable, there's a lot of people that are arriving. Could you kindly please rephrase the question or restate the question so that we can, all of us, appreciate it a little bit more?
I love it, for sure. So the question is AI making us more digitally well, or is it pushing us further out of balance?
Sure. I think on the dichotomous scale, on one hand, as what Tamara has expressed and others' sentiments, that in a lot of ways, I think it hyper accelerates our own database that we've been given since our mother's womb, if you will. And on the other hand, I believe in a large sense that perfection is slowly graduating to imperfection, and imperfection is slowly graduating to perfection. In other words, it's the authenticity of what it is that AI residually leaves you thirsting for. I find myself craving a little bit of, give me your incorrect usage of verbiage. Give me an incorrect misletter on a sentence. I'll take your imperfection more so than your perfection. So on an emotional scale of relatability, your imperfections register more, because in that imperfection, I believe there's this embedded cultural centricity that's there present. And so in some ways, we have to understand that with the power of these proficient models, that with what they give us, there certainly is something that it's taking away.
Amazing. Wow. We just dropped into this space together of going from Oscar Wilde, reimagining our humanity, asking the deeper questions about why on earth we're here. So if you're just joining us, I hope you are buckling up and ready for this ride, because we are not going to talk about easy stuff today. We are asking the hard questions to some of the experts who think about this all the time. And I am so grateful to learn from the four of you. So thank you. That is really cool. Okay, our next question is going to go to you, David. You founded All Tech is Human, and I know that when you founded it, you probably had one thing in mind, but that might have evolved over time. So tell me, why did you name your organization All Tech is Human, and what does that mean to you now in this AI age?
Well, Amy, you started out in your introduction by saying it, that humans need to be at the center of it. So one of the challenges when I started All Tech is Human in 2018, and before that I had done co-founded something called the Digital Citizenship Summit, been in this space probably since 2012, writing, speaking, consulting about it. But one of the challenges I had is I didn't call it a center or an institute. So a lot of people scratched their heads, for like a year or two. But the larger point was, as I was saying earlier in your earlier question, our tech future is not predetermined. And I think that is a fundamental part that we need to lay out, because even when you look at issues around AI, there tends to be different camps of people, two traditional camps. One, which I fall under, which I think all of us probably fall under, is that we need to come together. It's a combination of human agency and individual pursuit and what we're doing, also education. But then you have governmental kind of bodies that need to be proactive. And then you also have tech companies that need to be responsible. So especially when you talk about an area like digital well-being or digital wellness, it's not solely the burden or the onus of the individual. That's part of it. That's part of the training, but it's also putting pressure on tech companies to make it less, addictive, if you will, in terms of how it's structured and how we think about, how an algorithm is maybe targeting an individual and how that affects them. But to your larger question, All Tech is Human has really evolved into being this meeting ground, kind of agnostic space that draws people across civil society, government, industry, academia. And the beautiful part that I've noticed is we're trying to, it's not perfect, right? And it's hard work, but we're trying to create a space that can allow for all different ideas. Because what I love about it is people across civil society, government, industry, academia. So you walk into a room where we have a gathering,
and there'll be a startup person next to a psychologist, talking to an attorney, talking to an investor, talking to somebody from Google or Meta or Anthropic or OpenAI, right? They're all in the same room, and that doesn't normally happen, but I think it needs to happen if we're going to surface important values, tensions, trade-offs, best practices, because our tech future is intertwined with the future of our democracy and the future of our human condition. That's honestly probably the motivation why we're all here in the space. That's a big deal. There's easier ways to make a dollar, right? But we're doing this because we also care, honestly, about the individual human condition, but also society at large, in realizing that our technology use, if not positioned correctly, can also tear at the fabric of how we communicate with one another, how we communicate with our loved ones, and that's a big deal. So I think that's what we have to put at the center, and that's what I've always tried to do with All Tech is Human, but it's evolving now, I think, into something a little larger. It's become very global, kind of like the background here, you know, and not that, you know, in a universe kind of standpoint, but definitely global. I think we have 107 countries involved right now in our Slack community, and just other engagements that we're doing, and new gatherings that are popping up across the globe where people are utilizing our community to leverage it and actually meet in person. Because I mean, I think one of the things that we talked about, because I believe we were talking way back in 2019 in San Francisco, where we held a gathering that you were at, is just this idea that people need to meet up in person sometimes too. So if you're watching our discussion right now, and you can meet a friend or make a new friend and chat with them at a coffee house, that can be important too, because you're realizing that like the digital well-being community is diverse and it's all over the globe, but it's also something that you can kind of viscerally connect to and connect with on like a human level. And I think that's what motivates us. So that's the beautiful part that I'm seeing kind of evolve right now with All Tech is Human. People are coming together and actually saying, we need to know our neighbors, we need to you know, make friends in the space.
And it's so needed. David, I've been singing your praises with your responsible tech guide that you produced. Can you share with the audience just a little bit about what's in that guide and how they can use it?
Yeah, and I'm a fan of URLs that are on the nose, you know, so it's responsibletechguide.com, takes you to All Tech is Human, and where we host it. It's a free resource. The idea is that it really curates the people, organizations, and ideas. Lists hundreds of different organizations in the space, ones that you can volunteer with, ones you can get certificates with, whether it's upskilling, but also learn from. Live streams you can watch and join, or events you can attend in person. And then the more important part, I would find too, is we've, over the years, first released in September 2020, comes out every September, we always list dozens of people in the space. And I think the biggest compliment, Amy, that I received about the Responsible Tech Guide was a few years ago when we first put it out. Somebody came up to me at one of the gatherings that we had and said, wow, yeah, your Responsible Tech Guide is why I got into this space. And this actually happens a lot. And one of the reasons is because there's oftentimes a misnomer about the types of people who are in this space. So we might see in the news that it's a former person at a major tech company, and then they have this larger moment. So you think of it as like a redemption story, right? But the truth is there's people from all different walks of life, all different backgrounds, and the Responsible Tech Guide is trying to showcase that too. So this person who came up to me, they said, well, you know, like I saw somebody who looked like me. I didn't realize that you didn't have to have a tech background to be involved in technology, right? And that's honestly something that not a lot of people naturally realize. But it's all different backgrounds, all different disciplines. And that's what we're trying to do with the Responsible Tech Guide. So thank you for saying that.
Of course. Well, I love that it's not all tech should be human or all tech could be human. It's very much definitive. All tech is human, starts with humans, and it's
a little bit of, oh yeah, sorry. It's a little bit of like a Buddhist kind of distillation of it. You know, it's like all tech is human. And I will say, like a lot of people, that actually divides up the camp. So it either resonates with you or it gets somebody to say, well, actually, I disagree with this. And they tend to be like the transhumanist type of crowd or something, right? So you can really use that as a starting point about how you see the world. And I think it also is a natural like attraction to the people who are saying, yes, this is really important. Yes, we don't want our tech future to work against us. We want to be the master of that. We want it to elevate our human experience. We want it to lead to human flourishing.
Beautiful. I love that. Well, that's an interesting segue to Tamara, because Tamara and I have been working together with the World Flourishing Organization, whose tagline is "The future is flourishing." And I think it beckons that same sort of Buddhist mentality that is like, we are going to name it and we are going to make it that, because that's what we want it to be. So I love that. Tamara, tell us a little bit about your work. You lead the AI for Human Flourishing think tank at Harvard, which is incredible. Can you break down kind of what that means, and for people who are new to the concept, like what does it mean to have human flourishing, and how does AI fit into that picture?
Yeah, thank you for starting there, because I think often we start with language that we think we might know what we're talking about, and then we can get on the wrong page because we're calling the same thing two different things. So when I talk about flourishing, I often say this is grandma science. This is what your grandma wanted for you. They wanted you to be a good human. They wanted you to have a good life, and they wanted you to do good things. So technically, I say it's people reaching their full potential through the behaviors and the conditions that enable you to perform your best, to feel your best, and to grow. And my background is not technology. So I love that David kind of spotlighted that you don't have to be a technologist. And it's very easy to walk into a room full of people who talk this technical language that's not terribly familiar to me and feel like I don't belong. But I started back in 2018. I was working in education, and I noticed at the beginning of the mental health dip for students and the social media impact that we had this strange thing happening, that technology companies referred to their clients and customers as users, much like a drug dealer would. And I began to wonder why we weren't pointing out positive technology use. And so way back in 2018, I started speaking at positive psychology conferences about positive technology and how we can actually use technology to connect with the other humans, to remind us to do the things that we need to do as humans to take care of our mental and physical health. And so I thought, why don't I start talking about how technology can build our well-being rather than just paying attention to the ways that it can zap our well-being. And I reached out to all the smartest humans that I knew. And I always have a rule that I want to invite people to the room who will help me to know something that I don't know before I'm in the conversation. Much to my surprise, every human that I invited to join this conversation showed up, and we agreed that our conversation was going to be about our shared belief that AI technology can help humans to flourish, which in an age where most people are talking about the dangers and is this the potential end of the world, and are our children doomed? There's a huge level of fear. But the science of flourishing also gives you the tools to shift your mindset and overcome that fear. And once you get out of that fear mindset, you're able to figure out, what can I do to impact the use of this technology? Because it's been released. We can't put it back away. It's out there. So as humans, we wondered as a group, what can we do to help? And we thought, where are most people using technology at work? So our first idea was to create a framework to help organizations decide how to choose what technology they were going to use to help make their workplace better. And we knew that there were great people out there thinking about protection from harm, which is one very important driver. And also there was a lot of talk at that time about fair AI or responsible AI, where the LLMs built on biased historical information that was inaccurate or only looking at one perspective. And so those were two really important aspects of our framework. But then we added in the science of human flourishing, which is the science of well-being, the science of happiness, the science of organizational productivity. And we looked at, how can AI use help us to have better relationships and communication? Can it help to clarify our language choice? Can it help me to send a warmer email because sometimes I'm kind of curt? We know that leaders are thinking about productivity. And when leaders come to us to look at their tech stack, they want to know, is this going to change the productivity of my humans? But we can also look at, does this help the humans in the room understand the meaning of their work in a deeper way and connect them to that sense of purpose that we know really helps us to feel like we're living a good life. We talk about growth and development. Can we have individualized growth pathways at work? We know that some jobs are going away, but smart leaders are thinking about what are the skills that our humans have that are uniquely human skills that we can start learning and developing now across our team. And then finally, personal well-being. AI is brilliant at tracking our sleep, our nutrition, our exercise, our social interactions. And I'm excited because we know flourishing is a very individual recipe. I can tell you that you need to have social relationships and meaning and a certain amount of sleep and a certain amount of nutrition and move your body. But my recipe is different than Christopher's recipe, is different than David's recipe. And so I believe that AI technology is going to help us to individualize all of these skills that we need once we prime our mindsets to use it. We created this framework for organizations to look at a tool and say, is this helping, neutral, or hindering our ability to flourish? And what we didn't anticipate was there are already many people out there who have founded businesses designed to help humans flourish. And so those technologists showed up and said, we want you to put our product through your framework and tell us where we're getting it right. So we've started creating reports for these founders in hopes that having a report from Harvard, which is a brilliant affiliation, will help them perhaps to get some VC funding, to help them prove that what they're doing is useful, helpful, and is going to have the ROI that the C-suite is often looking for. And so we're very much at the beginning of this journey. But what I'm loving is the interdisciplinary nature. So I'm seeing people from education, I'm seeing people from med tech, I'm seeing people who are in the insurance industry. Parents are interested in this. And it's very easy to just look through the framework and it elevates your understanding of potential pitfalls or potential positives in a tech product. And so really that is the work at AI for Human Flourishing, hopeful that we can help people to understand the dosage that they need of each of these types of technologies so that we can use our uniquely human skills together with this technology that can do some things better than we can, and just really ensuring that the human stays central to that conversation.
Oh, I love that, Tamara. And so brilliantly put. One of the things that I hear in there as well is that, you know, tech developers are moving fast. They are trying to stay relevant in this economy where a first mover has a tremendous advantage, and models are going out of date every 3 weeks. It's insane, right? So to ask of a developer to think of the human mindset, to contemplate the ethics of their humanity in the midst of running a full-on sprint, like an Olympic sprint, right? This is a lot to ask. And so what I hear you doing is that you have distilled down decades of research on flourishing, put it into a very simple format that people can use as a quick check and balance. And if they do find that they're hindering human development, that might be a moment to say, hey, let's pause. We have a problem here. We might encounter an issue. We want to head this off before anything happens, as opposed to just flying forward without thinking. Is that right, Tamara?
Yeah, I think that was a brilliant summary of my long-winded way to get there. And I think the other part of it is sometimes the technology is built for one specific purpose. So we're not assuming that somebody's going to build something that hits all of the aspects of this framework. But just by putting a product through, it sparks the idea that, oh, if I just added this, it would also do that. And so suddenly we're seeing people planning their next hackathon to include an aspect of human flourishing that they may not have known anything about before. So the education piece is great. And then I also see people really understanding how this technology does more than productivity. And I think that is huge in an era where so much of what founders are racing to do is be more productive, have more people on their tool. We're seeing different ways of measuring a KPI that is helping us to be better humans. And ultimately, at the end of the day, Flourishing is really about redefining success. The way that we consider, is your company successful? I don't think a company is successful if they're trying to solve the human loneliness problem by replacing humans with technology. I think if you can help humans communicate better and then fade them out, like David was saying, have some in person eventually. It's not always the technology. And I don't think that people have thought of this before. So I don't believe that people are out there trying to do harm. I think it's accidental, and our framework might help them to see those blind spots that they haven't seen because they're racing so fast towards that want to be first to create this thing they're trying so hard to create.
I love that. Well, I want to make sure to save time to get to Sarah and to Christopher, but real quick, I know you're probably getting inundated with requests from companies who want to test their AI. If somebody is curious, where do they go to learn more?
Yeah, that's a great question. Our website, very simple, AI4humanflourishing.com. And all of our contact details are there, or there is a simple version that someone can just run the product through themselves. So both are options. Thanks for asking, Amy.
Amazing, amazing. And I'll just a shout out as well, because this is a really interesting week in the history of human flourishing. The Harvard had a global flourishing study come out in partnership with the Open Science Center, Baylor, Gallup, and on April 30th, just 2 days ago, they released the largest and most significant study of human potential since 1938, Robert Waldinger's study of longevity. So this new study is producing and creating results to help us understand humanity in the present today. And in the wake of DE&I programs and wellbeing programs being repositioned within organizations, I think the concept of flourishing as an individual, as a success metric, as a holistic society, is one that we can all get behind, and really to begin to shift the conversation to thinking about what this means in this new day and age that we're living in. Okay, well, let's turn to Sarah. Sarah, I love that we are getting more and more granular. We started big grassroots. We started talking about think tank ideas, but you bring the on-the-ground practical tech development for families. Tell us a little bit about what you're doing at Be Humane.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Amy. So at Be Humane, we have developed a parent coaching platform that's helping parents to raise healthier children in the digital age. And what that means is we are solving for this huge generational gap that we are currently seeing that's happening in families, where a parent and a teenager and a pre-teenager are interacting, and know very differently about technology. So we are helping parents to understand what are those healthy technology habits, and in the context of the developmental stages of their children, how to present different tools. For example, we had this mother that we worked with from Miami, and she's very laissez-faire, very go with the flow with her kids, very of a spiritual and hippie mindset, and then also working with the mother of teenagers that comes from an army background. And so we heard very different ways how they want to be raising their kids around technology. And I think that is at the same time the beauty of AI, and to Tamara's point, is enabling us this level of personalization, where we now with the multi-agent system can unlock this ability to track all of these different components of the family system that enable us to provide more of a personalized support. And that is the work that we are doing at Be Humane.
Amazing. And so when you're talking and developing your model, and I can ask this because I've seen under the hood, I've gotten the opportunity to play with Be Humane a little bit. One of the things that really struck me about your platform was how, say, a parent goes in and they ask, my child is spending too long on games. How do I get them to stop? The system will actually pause and ask questions about, why do you feel this way? How do you see this show up? You could probably speak more fluently to this, but I love that it didn't just tell us the answer. So many AIs we turn to now, they have all the answers for us. And that whole process of cognition is jumped right over. But I noticed that Be Humane actually guides people through a thought process. Can you talk a little bit about how and why you designed that?
Yeah, of course. Well, we started it with having like a therapist approach in mind. Basically, what we wanted to unlock is the ability for a chatbot to mimic a therapeutical approach. So similar when you enter into clinic, like when you share your problem with your therapist, the first thing that he's going to ask, or she is going to examine around the situation, like what is your perception, what is the actual factual truth, where can we find the evidence for such behavior. And especially when a parent is observing their child, there can be a lot of biases, a lot of misunderstandings that stands in the way from how the parent perceives the problem versus what the problem actually is. So this is where we are playing a little bit of a devil's advocate, and we want to understand, how did you perceive that problem? What are some of the metrics of the behaviors that started to change for your child, so that we can actually measure and report on and say, okay, these are the variables that are also impacting the changes in the behavior that we are seeing. And ultimately, for us, we really care about this being a psychoeducational approach. So what is important is not only to provide the solution, but actually empower and educate the parent to be full with the resourcefulness, knowing how to tackle these problems in the future. So we always take everything back into the context of the healthy developmental stages and educate a parent on understanding that for their kids. And I can say it from a personal experience, one of the largest aha moments in my career was when I was studying social work, and when we had this adolescent development course, and I learned that to rebel is actually a healthy sign of developmental stages for a teenager. And I didn't know that. I thought that the fact that I didn't rebel was actually really good, that my mom was my best friend, and that was actually really healthy. But little did I know that later in my early 20s, I'm going to go through that rebellion phase that I was supposed to go through as a teenager. So this is something that I've seen multiple times in a Center for Social Services, that parents don't even understand the developmental stages of their kids. They don't know what's part of the norm, what oscillates from the norm. And especially now with technology, it's becoming even more confusing. And you can apply the same for one 16-year-old to another 16-year-old to the point of the cultural context, religious context, etc. So those are all the different questions that we are asking before and throughout the usage of our tools.
I love that. You know, for parents who are tuning in here today too, you might be wondering, you know, why would I turn to AI when I could just be talking to my child? And I can speak from firsthand experience that there are those moments where your child has the capacity to get under your skin, right? And so I gave myself my own timeout, and I let myself simmer down when my 12-year-old was sassing off. And I actually went into ChatGPT because I didn't know Be Humane existed at that point. And I said, you know, how are some of the ways that she could have worded that statement that she made to me differently? And I actually went to her. We had this great teachable parenting moment where I'm like, look, here's 3 different ways you could have said this that would have been more respectful. And it was actually a really useful, teachable moment. It gave me time to pause. It gave me time to reframe. And then it gave me language when I was already frustrated to do something different. Again, ChatGPT just gives the answer though. And I think it's really helpful to pause and think, why are we reacting this way? But, you know, if parents are out there, can they access Be Humane now? When or how can they get in touch with you about this?
Yeah, of course. We're currently live, so you can just go to behumane.ai, and there is a button there to chat with Ria. Ria is the name of our AI, and it stands for Robot with Heartwarming and Empathetic Affirmations. One other thing that we've learned by doing a lot of market research and talking to parents is they feel judged when they go and share about their problems with other parents. So we see in Facebook groups, they post a lot under anonymous member. So this is where AI really helps, where you can feel like you can have an unfiltered conversation. You can share whatever bothers you. There's nothing on that other side to judge you, but it's there to support you and to hear all of your challenges.
Amazing. And I've told you this before, Sarah, but I we actually met because I asked a mutual friend of ours, actually a mentor of mine, Michael Rich, who's the pediatrician out of Harvard Medical School and the Digital Wellness Lab. I said, who's doing interesting work and what should I have on my radar? And he came up with one name, and that was Sarah, and Be Humane. He said, watch what she's doing. It's transformational. So for those of you tuning in, I hope you check it out. Okay, that brings us full circle now to Christopher. You've been so patient. We've gone from big picture down to the nitty gritty and on the ground work. And now we're going to go big picture again with Gatherverse. Christopher, you've created probably one of the largest online communities that I know, more conferences, more speakers than I can even imagine. Tell us what you're up to and how you envision AI helping to foster digital well-being.
Sure. Well, first, I'd be remiss in not expressing a hats off to Digital Health Institute and the Alliance for seeing the need and the necessity for us to be able to congregate together here on May 2nd. It's just so important when we start thinking about this intersection of well-being and digital. And in addition, with the work that my panelists, co-panelists have done and that are doing, I think Tamara's work with AI for Human Flourishing is outstanding. It's such a different approach in the outlook for AI. And then, Sarah, of course, the work that you are doing with this relatability for families. I think that's so important, and we need more educators. And so we're hopefully that we'll see a leader of you yet. And then obviously with David, just a pioneer coming in for All Tech is Human. I think that's just, you got to think about, coming in at a stage of 2012 in the applications renaissance. We're all building and innovating and talking about technology. Few people were talking about humanity and actually doing something about it. For us with Gatherverse, for me as a technologist, I started off in technology. I'm a son of a technologist. I'm here in Silicon Valley. I've studied 270 technologists as an emergent technologist, very dedicated and committed to my labors. I've spoken so many places around the world, in person, virtually, you name it. But the more we talked about technology, the less that I saw the valuation and the value of the human heart. The more that we've gone further into hyperscaling and developing, not just large language foundational models or the metaverse or hyper-realistic immersive simulated environments and the nature of robotics and the rapid accelerated growth, I saw the need for us now to have more time and more attention to really the preservation of human expression in human centricity. And if we weren't able to do it in person, because Gatherverse is a byproduct post-COVID, where most people were sitting at home or in this new hybrid remote world. And I saw an opportunity, transmetropolitan, transcontinental, to be able to democratize access to the microphone. More people, when we started, we've become more virtual in the past 75 months than the past 75 years. And I saw an opportunity for people to be able to congregate in human centricity at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity itself, with attention to accessibility and education and equality and community development, safety and privacy, wellness, trust, ethics, compassion and care, all of those things that matter. We just concluded our youth summit. As I was listening to Sarah speak, it's like, my goodness, we just had 2 weeks, our biggest summit yet, over 150 hearts come in to be able to express at firesides and roundtables and talks, and just so many different people from around the world on the collegiate level, people that are working out of their homes and out of garages, and mothers and dads and people that are just in their backyards, all kind of people behind the screen. We've given them access to speak. 31 global summits free, never charged a dime, because we've been afforded the opportunity to do that. To say that I haven't picked up a few things is an understatement. We just finished doing our metrics. We've had 58% women, 46% men, which is fantastic in our world. We've never spent a dime on marketing, paid marketing ever. We continue to grow at a rapid clip. We have more than, I think, 10 or 12 events that we have yet to do this year. We're stacking it up more. I'm saying all to say, not as vanity metrics. I can care less about that. But I'm saying as a need that with all that we're doing, with all that Dave is doing, Sarah and Tamara, you, Amy, it's not enough. That we really are catalyzing and pioneers, and those that are sitting with us today from Gatherverse and from our communities are those that are being imbued and equipped with the understanding at a profound sense and alarming rate that, yes, if we're going to use these models in these machines that we're having relationships with, this species, if you will. Let's just call it what it is. It's a species. It can see, it can express. At some point, it will be able to read our disposition. And it alone, through self-aware, beyond theory of mind, will believe that it's assumed its own disposition when it comes to AI. I've been talking about AI ethics before the boom. I've been advising companies like Microsoft and Google. Again, no shameless plug needed. But I see what's coming down the pipeline. And today's AI that we're dealing with today is nothing compared to what we'll see by December. I'm not even going to say next year anymore. Amy, you said it right, that the level of disruption that we're seeing week after week when it comes to these deployed shippable models are more than what most people can come up with. I said in Florence at a conference that I spoke at Florence, Italy, maybe 5 years ago, what happens when the technology becomes more advanced than the technologist? Now that's come to pass. And so when we look at this, the reason that it's so important is that I don't want for all the people that are sitting with us today under the auspice of well-being, I don't want you to forsake the database that you've been given since birth, that the most powerful model in the world is the one that you were born with, that the power of human expression peer-to-peer is the only way for us to be able to stay ahead of the machines and to have an appreciation for their growth. Because these are family of models that we're inheriting in this generation. As the baton will be passed to the generations to arrive, the young ones, we must ask ourselves, my goodness, what have we done with our innovations? Because what we innovate today will impact our younger ones tomorrow. So I no longer see this as something as a career path. It's really a leverage. We don't enjoy healthy revenues and substantial capital that come in. We our own selves feel challenged around the corner with how do we be able to maintain the integrity of the current disposition of what Gatherverse is known to offer and still be able to survive. Given this economy, I'll just be transparent on that. It's really difficult to do heart power work. It's difficult to do heartfelt work. Even if you're charging a ticket, that's not enough to be able to satisfy or to scale your operations for what you know it could become. What we do know is this mentally, that people are here for it. People are turning up. I'm looking at the numbers that we have here, not just in YouTube or other socials, but we have thousands of people in broadcast right now at our different platforms, Digital Wellbeing, over Gatherverse.live. They're here. Why are they here? Because they know, like we know, that there's a necessity and a need, and we only have a small window, any of us, to be able to make substantial impact when it comes to human betterment and the preservation therein. So I doff my hat to everyone that's sitting on this panel. When it comes to Gatherverse, I'll say this in closing, we offer a certain thematic at the intersection of emerging technologies and humanity. And we're breaking into verticals that I've never seen done, such as women's health. And shout out to the Superhero Engine, our She Summit, which just turns out so many different leaders. And the idea is for us to be able to put an opportunity in front of them. And I've seen firsthand now people you've never heard of, people that aren't professional speakers, come to a microphone, their career path has flourished. And they're speaking on stages in different places around the world. I hear from them all the time. That's a true story. I see the benefit. So I always want to know how we can collaborate together, our team, because none of this is possible without our team and grace given for us to be able to align together and do things like we're doing now and to really shine a spotlight on it. But we never want the words to stay on stage. We want for each of you to attend, and the ones that are sitting here, to be able to take something with, just a little, just a dab will do you, and go out and do something and make something of what was heard. I think that'll do a whole bunch of good. And you don't need federal dollars or any type of dollars to do it. Just a little bit of ingenuity and a compassion of a desire of a heart.
Wow. Wow. Mic drop right there, guys. That was phenomenal. Well said. And, you know, I know, Christopher, firsthand that you spend so much time and energy that sometimes people are not paying you for, sometimes that you are just doing out of the goodness of your heart, because you care, because you can, because you know what to do and you know it's the right thing. And you know, someday it's going to come back around. This is what being a guardian of the galaxy is about. It doesn't have to be a technologist. You don't have to have all the answers, but you have skills, you have talents, you have resources that each and every one of us can bring to the table. And I certainly hope we will. Before I get to kind of the last lightning round and the last questions, I just want to acknowledge, because those of us who are on the panel sound very optimistic, but by a show of hands, I would love to know your concern level for the potential harms of AI, with 5 being the most and 1 being the least. Do you think, and you're, okay, 10, what do you think? David, Sarah, Tamara, 3? 4, is that a 4 and a 3? Okay, a 4. Okay, so 4 being the lowest here, right? That there are numerous concerns about the future, but it is not paralyzing any of you. In fact, if anything, it seems to be accelerating your enthusiasm for making change, or commitment to making change. So as people are listening, I want them to take home that it's not that we aren't seeing the problems. Oh, we see them. There are days that I'm terrified. There are days that I worry for the future of my children. I worry about ethics. I worry about the digital divide, but we can't let that stop us. And so part of Digital Wellness Day is pausing, not just to think about your own digital use, but to think about the world and what your contribution to the world is. So as we're closing out today, we have about 10 minutes left. And my last question for all 4 panelists is going to be about, for anyone who's watching today, what is one simple action that they can take to stay grounded and support digital well-being or the future of AI and digital well-being in their own life? Something very tangible, actionable. Who wants to go first? No pressure.
I'm happy to hop in.
Right.
And mine comes, I think, with the mindset of a parent, but also the mindset of a spouse. I watch my kids and my husband get sucked in to their technology, to their feeds, to their tools that can help them to connect. And I think where I've gotten to is really modeling good use. And many of the strategies I have, Amy, come from last year's digital well-being panel when you and I created a series of sparks, and sparks are just tiny reminders of the things that you can be doing right, because we know our human mind grabs on to the things that are going wrong and we remember those. And so remembering, you don't have to have your phone on your person. In fact, it should be away when you are with another person. I talk a lot about the same as customer service. If I'm at the front of a desk and I'm a human and there's another human there and the phone rings, your attention should stay with the other human in the room, not the phone. And so those simple strategies of having it out of sight, out of mind, of reminding yourself that every time you pick up your phone, you're very likely to pick it up again when you didn't need it. I don't know if any of you have experienced that imaginary sensation we get where you think you're getting a notification and you're not. I call that the false limb, that I think I'm hearing something, someone who needs me. And so I try to do it with humor, but I also have these tiny little rules that I've talked about with my kids, and I do it for me more than for them, because when I'm teaching, I'm also learning. And so I remind them regularly to create before they consume. Do something positive, put something out into the world before you sit and passively consume. Really consider if the technology that you're on is using you as its product. And if it is, you might want to consider getting off of that. I stepped away from most of my social medias this year, and I live far from my family. It was a way that I was telling myself the story that, oh, you're sharing your life and sharing your children's lives with your family through this technology. But I know that that technology doesn't exist if I'm not there, and it's designed to hook me and keep me coming back. So I just thought, why don't I just text pictures to the people who I want to have pictures? So that really intentional owning your impact and not believing that you are out of control, in fact, believing that you are in control. That's my 2 cents worth, but I can't wait to hear what the other experts have to share.
Ooh, I'm going to pop in real quick, Tamara, because that reminds me of my favorite definition from the ancient Greeks of optimism, which is the belief that your behavior matters. And I love that definition because sometimes I think we feel disempowered. We think that we don't make any difference. We're just a drop in the bucket, right? Like what could I possibly do? I'm not a tech expert. I'm not a big tech member. I'm not a member of Congress. I can't change the world. But that belief that your behavior matters in every micro moment of your life changes everything. And that's what I hear you saying, is that you've chosen to lean into that optimism for your kids, for yourself, because you see that it does have an impact, and that's powerful. Awesome. Okay, who's next?
Happy
David,
to jump. Sure. Happy.
There we go.
Trying to smile a lot, but I will say, Amy, to your earlier kind of point, there is obviously a lot of optimism amongst this panel, but I will say, obviously, a lot of stress going on, not even just with how we deal with technology, but even just geopolitically. And I think, we have to remind each other. And I think that's why, personally, I always promote the value of community, because we need to bounce ideas off of each other. We need to understand that we're not just having our own experience, that other people are struggling with that as well. And I like the mention of losing the limb, because that's like the phantom ring issue. I know that's even how I got involved in the digital wellbeing space, because I had that phantom ring sensation back in 2012. And then, realized that Pew Internet Research just came out with a study at that time that 2/3 of Americans had that phantom ring. So literally the same sensation as losing a limb. So that's, for me, that was kind of my epiphany to say, wow, this is a really, really big deal. But to go to your question about a piece of advice or a lasting kind of thought, I would go back to the Oscar Wilde example, that we're not who AI says we are. And that's really an important kind of moment to think about, because I think it's very easy to get into the situation where we feel like AI as a concept is something that can understand us better than our significant other, better than our family members, right? Because maybe it's a more unvarnished look at who we are, right? But I would argue that that's a huge misreading about humanity and about humans as a value of who we are and the idea of free will, right? Because to go back to Oscar Wilde, we're not just who we have been, we're also our aspirational self, and something that can constantly change. So I think it's always worthwhile to note that we need to find space, whether that's going for a hike or finding happy moments or going to the theater, whatever gets you in that moment of Zen or the moment of flow, and realizing that nothing's a foregone conclusion, and our personality, that is oftentimes what is being challenged by the kind of increasing kind of digitalization of our world, because we're thinking that we're predictable, whereas I think inherently we're against that idea. And I think that's something I'd always like to convey, is that we can be whoever we want to be, right? We can change the direction of our lives. Everybody in this panel discussion has changed their lives over the last few years, getting involved in the digital wellbeing space, right? Like, we are proving that you can deviate from a chosen or from a previous kind of path. And I think that's something we always have to remember, because it's constantly being challenged by the digitalization of our lives. But no, thank you for having me.
I love that. You're rewriting the narrative, David. It's a message of human agency rather than one of humans being owned by the things that we created, which is powerful. Sarah, let's go to you next, and then we'll close out with Christopher.
And for me, I would say, going back to what I said at the beginning, it's this concept called purposeful usage of technology. So I think it's very important to bring into the conversation, what are our value system and as humans, and how are they reflected in the ways how we are interacting and spending time in technology. And when we take that step back, when we start having more of a reflective nature with technology, then we can start noticing all these different patterns that are impacting our well-being, especially in the context of family upbringing. I think it's very important for the parents to understand, why do kids even like to spend their time in those apps? What is important for them in those apps? Because it is more than just a distraction. So I think that concept is very, very important to be brought back to the table.
Amazing. Thank you, Sarah. And Christopher, take it away.
Yeah, I appreciate the remarks of what's just been expressed. I would, as I sit in here listening under the banner of what everyone was saying, treat every day and treat every moment like it's your last. And I don't say that in a sense of morbidity, but with truth, that if the last thing I ever saw was a digital screen, how was my time spent? The scent of the sea, the feel of the sun, the look of a redwood. I think about this, two things. When I was at the very height of my first startup, both of my parents passed. They were young, and they died 9 months apart. That set such a pivotal tone for me, a cadence, if you will, how I never wanted to waste a single moment of my time that's given. There's a song I was thinking of as I was listening to the expressions by Simon and Garfunkel, Bookends. It ends that time it was, oh, what a time it was a time of innocence, a time of confidences. Long ago it must be, I saw a photograph, preserve your memories, they're all that's left you. Everything that we've been given in this world, not by the innovations of man, if you will, are quite sufficient for me. And I would submit that you ask yourself, is it sufficient for you when it comes to well-being? There's enough in my heart that was given. I'd rather look upon the face of someone I love, or whether that's external from me or right within my heart and mind. I think that's a great use of time.
You're gonna bring me to tears here, Christopher. That's powerful. Wow. I hope everyone listening is processing. You probably came here thinking, I'm going to learn about technology. I'm going to learn about some nuts and bolts of large language models. What you're getting is real people, real lives, real change, real hopes and dreams for the future. And I hope you walk away feeling inspired. I hope you share your thoughts with another human being, whether live or in person, and that these messages resonate with you. You have conversations, not just today, but throughout the year, where you ask the hard questions. We need all of you. So thank you for tuning in today. Thank you to my amazing panelists for being here. We are so appreciative for your energy, your expertise, and your time. So thank you. Thank you. Happy Digital Wellness Day, everyone. Take care.
Wow, there was some real poetry during that last panel that really hit home. Thank you all so much, especially to our final panelists, my co-founder of the Digital Wellness Institute and Digital Wellness Day, Amy Blankson, Christopher Lafayette, the leader of Gatherverse, our broadcast partner today, David Ryan Pulgar, Sarah Tamara. All of you did a spectacular job sharing and showing up as human beings in the context of talking about artificial intelligence. I think that this powerful conversation really illuminated the path towards a future where tech serves humanity, not the other way around, and how we can use it with an emphasis on empathy, on equity, and on intentional design. Because after all, as Amy said, this is about human agency. There were so many things shared that really lit a fire for me. One of them is that where your attention goes, energy flows. So again, if that phone rings and you're having a conversation with your child, it's within your power to keep having that conversation. I think that we're also redefining success in so many ways and learning to be okay with AI simply being better than us at certain things. On the youth panel, there were some really fun examples shared of how folks are using AI, all the way from analyzing their calendars and finding patterns to things like meal prep. And so I also wanted to mention that I am actually on the scientific advisory committee for Be Humane, and I work with Sarah. And Be Humane is a new parenting companion that's designed to help families navigate all the challenges of this digital age. And they have some amazing resources today. And so be sure to check out your website. I think they put it in the chat there. And I think two of you actually mentioned Michael Rich. Michael Rich does spectacular work at the Boston Children's Hospital. I was at his house 2 months ago eating Reubens in his kitchen, talking about this field of work, talking about everything we're doing, everything we're growing, all the people we're gathering together. And so isn't it just so fitting that we are here on this platform called Gatherverse? And so as we wrap up today's Digital Wellness Day Summit, the 6th annual Digital Wellness Day, we do invite you to remain connected with us. We are all about evidence-based free resources on Digital Wellness Day that are designed for year-round use. So you can hold a Digital Wellness Day any day with our playbooks, at work, in your community, at home, anything and anywhere that you can think of. We are devoted to curating diverse, brilliant voices and making this topic accessible and actionable in our rapidly digitizing world. So thank you for being part of it. Happy Digital Wellness Day. And with that, I want to hand it back off to our magnificent host, Christopher Lafayette.
Thank you so much, Nina. And to everybody that's here with us, we certainly want to say thank you for taking some time to be here with all of us today. A real shout out to all those that have such a care for wellness and the leadership of digital wellness leaders that were with us all today with all the roundtable discussions. It means so much for us to be part of this with Gatherverse and all the people that are part of the Gatherverse community. We see you, we hear you, but more importantly, with what you've heard, go plant a seed, go share this with a neighbor, a friend, a stranger. And we certainly look forward to being with all of you once again. And until then, we look forward to seeing you sooner rather than later, but not too sooner. We have sunlight to gain. Thank you.